Yes, the convicts are all C rank, but the monitoring division agent is B rank. Nothing to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded. Conventional wisdom said it took around 10 C ranks to match one B rank. If a B rank was personally monitoring the troublemakers and joining the raid, there was no reason to refuse. 1B, 3 CS. Jinwoo studied the monitoring agent and the 3 replacement convicts. He tilted his head. Something's off. A thin thread of killing intent ran between the 4 of them. Was that his boosted perception talking, or simple caution? Either way, unease crawled up his spine. He leaned toward Ju Hui and whispered, "Don't join this raid." She met his eyes. "What about you, Mr. Jinwoo? If I say I'm going, then I'm going too." That look meant she wouldn't budge. He knew that stubborn face by now. "Fine. With me here, it should be okay." He'd already handled Huang Dong-suk's crew, 5 C ranks. Jinwoo nodded. "All right." The monitoring agent finished the paperwork and addressed the group. "Kong Tae-sik, Monitoring Division. You've been briefed. I'll keep a close watch on these 3, so relax." He beckoned to the convicts. They shuffled over, held out their hands. Kong Tae-sik removed their cuffs with practice speed. "Finally. Thought I was going to suffocate. We're not slaves, you know, dragging us around like this." They rubbed their wrists and complained. Kong Tae-sik ignored them and looked back to the hunters. "Who's leading today?" Song Chi-yeol raised his hand. Kong Tae-sik nodded. "Understood." With Song in front, the hunters entered the gate one by one. "Let's go," Jinwoo said. He and Ju Hui stepped through together. She lightly gripped his sleeve, a shadow from last time. Goblins. Weakest of the humanoids. Clearing would be easy. Keech. Even before his power-up, Jinwoo could go one-on-one with them. Now he cut them down barehanded, careful and efficient. Cock. Ju Hui and Song Chi-yeol traded surprised looks. "Wow." Ju Hui edged closer. "Have you been working out?" "I jog every day." Jogging, technically not a lie, but there was a problem. The enemy is too low level. No experience gained. Again and again, the same message. Goblins were worth nothing. Their crystals were the worst, too. The 3 C-rank convicts, high on sudden freedom, went wild, hacking goblins apart with grim enthusiasm. From a distance, it was hard to tell who the monsters were. No reason to push today. No XP, no money. A thought crept in. If this is what association raids are like now, maybe I should quit. Most association calls were D and E gates. If they didn't help him grow, what was the point? I can cover Mom's hospital bills on my own now, too. His choices were wider with cash in hand. They moved deeper. A 3-way split appeared. Kong Tae-sik said to Song, "Difficulty's low. How about we split here?" "Let's do it," Song agreed. Jinwoo closed his eyes and stretched his perception to the limit. Which path leads to the boss? He mapped the dungeon's living auras in his head, then opened his eyes. A juicy left. Okay. Jinwoo, Song, and Ju Hui took the left path. Kong Tae-sik and the convicts went right. The last 2 took the center. Jinwoo's pulse quickened. The boss is at the end of this tunnel. Not strong, but different from a goblin's stink. He wanted to finish it fast, but packs of goblins kept popping out. Keek. About 10 this time. Clubs, a wooden sword, a makeshift spear with a rock tied to the tip. Pathetic weapons. No real threat. Had enough yet? Jinwoo muttered, frowning. Annoying pests with 0 value. There are 10, Ju Hui said. Should we regroup? Song waited. It's only goblins. Let's try. Flame bloomed at Song's fingertips. Ju Hui readied her healing. Jinwoo scratched his head. Funny, I don't feel nervous at all in here anymore. Ready, Mr. Song? Song asked. Oh, yes. They moved in sync, cutting the group down and pressing on. Then the screams started. You walk, not goblins. Human voices. The 3 exchanged glances. Another scream, even closer. Song's face hardened. Let's check it out. They ran toward the sound. Jinwoo could have outpaced them, but matched their speed for safety. How long had they run when? There! Ju Hui cried. Kong Tae-sik knelt ahead, drenched in blood. Be careful, he rasped. I don't know where they are. He choked and collapsed. Ju Hui sprinted to him. Hold on, I'll heal you. As a B-rank healer, she was fast. Heal him first, deal with attackers after. That was the calculation. Please endure for a moment. Light gathered at her palms. And then, Kang Tae-sik snapped upright, driving a mana-charged hand toward her throat. Swish! A hand caught his wrist mid-strike. Snap! Aya! Juhui stumbled back and fell, eyes wide. Kang Tae-sik stared, stunned. He stopped me? At that speed? Taking out a few lower-rank hunters was easy. The only real obstacle was the B-rank healer, and she wasn't a combat type. If he landed a clean surprise strike, it should have ended there. But his ambush had failed. So much for the performance he'd put on. His gaze followed the hand, gripping his wrist up to its owner. Jinwoo. Murderous light burned in the younger man's eyes. Kang Tae-sik scowled. You damn association bottom feeder. Swish. His other fist shot for Jinwoo's face. Jinwoo tilted aside. The punch sliced air. What? Kang jerked his arm free. Jinwoo's brows lifted. Strong. As expected of a high rank. Both hands free, Kang unleashed a flurry. Jinwoo matched him step for step and answered in kind. Pow pow, pabababa. Fists blurred, arms clashed, strikes parried and returned. Neither gave an inch. Song dragged Ju Hui to safety. She tried to speak, but shock stole her words. Song, as C rank, felt something colder, disbelief. How? He could barely track them. A high rank moving like that made sense. But Jinwoo, the E rank from his memory, was trading evenly with a B rank. I'm C rank, and I can't follow his movements. In a blink, the two had traded hundreds of blows. They broke apart, catching their breath. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. That blood isn't yours. Kang flexed his wrist. Correct. It's theirs. And I didn't expect to meet someone like you in a dump like this. He was genuinely impressed. No rumors about a high rank working as association fodder. Today was supposed to be perfect. Instead, a wall had appeared. Curiosity pricked him. Who are you? What rank? Jinwoo summoned the poison fong of Kasaka, gripped it, and answered flatly. Song Jinwoo. Rank E. Part 4. Rank B. Kang Tae-sik. Kang Tae-sik felt like he'd been struck from behind. A guy moving at his speed, unmatched among most B ranks, had just called himself an E rank. Is he mocking me? He ground his teeth, then paused. Something didn't add up. If the kid were truly high rank, why work association cleanup jobs? Those teams took the low-value gates, guilds, and freelancers ignored. The pay was small, the prestige even smaller. So the E rank might be real. Only his ability wasn't. A fake wouldn't hide under the association's nose, though. Reawakened. He remembered rumors at HQ a couple of weeks back. Someone nearby had reawakened, and the person was association affiliated. He should have memorized the name. If that hunter had delayed a reassignment test, he could still be officially E rank and stuck on association rates. Lucky me. He'd vetted today's roster, but he'd missed this one. Bad luck. Should have asked for more money. He licked dry lips, thinking of a meeting from a few days ago. A few days earlier. A cafe near Association HQ. What do you want with me? Kang asked as he sat down. The middle-aged man across from him looked worn thin. He claimed to own a company. Kang had never met him, but the man's desperate calls had been persistent. I've heard no one knows what really happens inside dungeons, the man murmured. Pardon, this is everything I have, he said, pushing over a bank book. Kang checked the balance. 2 billion won. And why show me this? The man's head bowed. One of the criminals you supervise hurt my daughter. She took her own life. My wife's still in the hospital. His voice cracked. In a few years, that bastard will walk the streets. You think I can live with that? He lifted a face full of grief and rage. You know what I'm asking? Then he bent again. Please, Hunter. Silence settled. Kang leaned back, thinking, and finally spoke. Do you know why I chose the monitoring division? I don't. As a B rank, I get guild offers all the time. I stay because I prefer fighting people to monsters. For him, monitoring was perfect. He could beat other hunters under the banner of the law. Sometimes he even killed due to circumstances. He smiled to himself. Crushing that insect you mentioned wouldn't be hard. But there will be other hunters in there. I may see him as an insect. Will they? Disappointment washed over the man's face, until Kang's smile turned sharp. This money plus 1 billion more to cover the others. Can you do that? 3 billion to handle everyone. It seemed fair, unless a reawakened was among them. Then the price climbed because so did the risk. Back in the present, the E-rank still watched him with a sharp, alert focus. Not someone to take lightly. Kong adjusted his plan. He could win, but it wouldn't be easy. The kid asked first, "Those convicts, why did you kill them?" "The father of a girl they raped begged me," Kong said. "They were animals. I disposed of animals that hurt people." The E-rank listened without comment. Kong pressed on. "I don't want to hurt you. Let's forget today. Make a deal here and I walk away. No trouble for you or your team." Of course, he wouldn't leave loose ends. He'd retreat now, wait for an opening, then erase witnesses one by one. The kid snorted. "You should have said that before your little trick. You want us to ignore it because you failed to land the cheap shot." "Not wrong. So you want to settle this?" Kong asked, smile fading. "Fine." Then he'd go all out. His eyes chilled as he sized the other man up. A crease formed on his brow. Where did that dagger come from? It hadn't been there a moment ago. Irrelevant. What mattered was the type. Dagger user, quick footwork. Super close combat. Likely an assassin-type specialty. So was he. The kid had only just reawakened. The gap in experience would decide it. "I'll teach you a lesson," Kong said, drawing his knife. "Can you do this?" He activated stealth and vanished. The E-rank spun, searching. Panic and confusion, clear as day. Good. Stealth wasn't just transparency. It erased body, sound, even scent. Only a handful of assassins in the world had it. And in one hit, he slid behind the kid. The back was open. Experience would decide the fight, and the kid didn't have it. Die. Kong drove his blade toward the ribs. Clang. Steel met steel. Spark spat. Stealth fell away, and his eyes widened. The kid's dagger had stopped as cleanly. "What, how?" Unmoved, the E-rank said, "So you finally show yourself." "What did you say?" For the first time, a thin thread of fear tugged at Kang's gut. Tearing. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Life forms with murderous intent have targeted the player. Eliminate them to secure your safety. Failure will result in a penalty. Enemies remaining, 1. Enemies defeated, 0. Jinwoo read the prompt and felt relief. Not a waste of time. If Kong hadn't made the first move, the system might not have triggered, unlike with Huang Dong-suk's crew. He tested it. The moment Kang's killing intent spiked, the message appeared. He hadn't been panicking or stalling for nothing. He was setting the condition. Didn't expect stealth, though. When Kong vanished, he'd been surprised. Stealth was rare, but when he focused, Kang's movements lit up in his senses. He could have found him with his eyes closed. Perception. He'd invested to know when to fight or run. Today he learned another use. Lucky me. Kong looked rattled, like he'd seen a ghost. How? Jinwoo's answer would be simple. Finish the quest and take the reward. If he had to fight, he'd take everything on offer. His turn now. Their blades ground against each other. Strength fell to even. Then find the opening elsewhere. Jinwoo's foot shot down. Stomp. Yuwa.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Kong Tae-sik had been paying attention only to the daggers, so he got really stunned by the pain shooting up from his foot, causing him to hurriedly step back. Jinwoo didn't miss this opportunity. Dash. Skill. Dash has been activated. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Jinwoo rapidly got closer to his target. Kong Tae-sik's eyes grew wider still. He got faster. Jinwoo had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Kong Tae-sik found it quite disorientating. Jinwoo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Kong Tae-sik's thigh. Kawak. He aimed there precisely because Kong Tae-sik was focused on defending his upper body only. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect: bleeding has been activated. The target's stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Nice! The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Kang Tae-sik was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jin Woo's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish, swish. Jin Woo evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Kang Tae-sik's vital spots. Even though his thigh was badly damaged, Kang Tae-sik calmly defended against Jin Woo's attacks, as befitting an experienced hunter. Clang! Cling! Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. Several powerful attacks, each one capable of ending this fight if hit, were exchanged without rest. Swish, 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 swish. It was a truly scary and gripping battle that caused the onlookers' blood to go cold. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. /ch/p/ters on n/v//lbic//m. Jin Woo gathered strength in his eyes. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. The moment his eyes met Jin Woo's, Kang Tae-sik flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? Effect: fear has been activated. The target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. It worked. Jin Woo knew that he had one now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Kang Tae-sik's eyes. How come my body is? After he had met Jin Woo's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Swish, swish. Wounds on Kang Tae-sik's body increased quickly one by one. This isn't possible. Kang Tae-sik's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his speciality. Then, if that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Kang Tae-sik had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic instead, because he had spotted Jin Woo abruptly rushing in closer. Kang Tae-sik hurriedly took aim at Jin Woo's eyes. Swish! Jin Woo quickly tilted his head out of the way, but the dagger still managed to graze his cheek. Of course, he knew he'd get hurt, at least by this much or even worse. In order to get that decisive strike in, he decided to take the risk. Kang Tae-sik's expression crumpled. F***CK. Jin Woo succeeded in getting close to Kang Tae-sik's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Stab. Kyohik. Kang Tae-sik's eyes shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment. The victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson-red blood pooled in Kang Tae-sik's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Kang Tae-sik formed a smirk. To actually run into a reawakened hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon. Me, am I seriously rotten? The dagger in Kang Tae-sik's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jin Woo's ear. Jin Woo silently listened to those last words before pulling the dagger out from Kang Tae-sik's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Kang Tae-sik crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Plop. Tearing. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. The expected messages did pop up, but Jin Woo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about. Even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. If there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a lost-loss situation that Jin Woo consoled himself with that line of thought and confirmed the rewards. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. 5 additional stat points. Huh? Jin Woo formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far, far less than when compared to fighting Huang Dong-suk and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time, though. Did this mean the number of enemies was more important than the skills of the opponent? Or was there something else he hadn't figured out yet? Jin Woo tilted his head slightly. It was here that Jin Woo lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Kong Tae-sik. Jin Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. No way could it be. Although he could hardly believe it, that light seemed far too similar to the one emitted by the loot found on the dead monsters from the instant dungeons. That light also indicated the position of the magic crystal inside a monster from the gates. But now, the dead Kong Tae-sik was emitting this light. What does this mean? Jin Woo calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Kong Tae-sik where that flickering light was coming from. Tearing. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. You've discovered runestone, stealth. Take it. A runestone? Are you talking about that runestone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Kong Tae-sik used had now become a runestone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. If this message was indeed talking about the runestones he knew, then acquire it. Suddenly, a small rock with mysterious runic letters carved on the surface appeared in his hand. Runestone Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this runestone. Absorbing skills by breaking the stone. As the description said, this rock was definitely a runestone. By breaking it, he'd be able to use stealth from now on. He had not heard of a runestone that taught one to use stealth being put up for sale until now. So, it was impossible to estimate just how much this little runestone would go for in the marketplace. It was then he heard the voices of 2 people coming from his rear. Mr. Song, are you all right? Mr. Jin Woo. Jin Woo hid the runestone inside his pocket and turned around. And he found Song Chi-yeol and Eat Ju-hui busy gawking at him with eyes filled with disbelief. The rank E hunter Jin Woo, who used to struggle like there's no tomorrow in a rank D dungeon, just defeated a rank B hunter Kong Tae-sik. As a non-combatant class, E Ju-hui didn't know this, but the rank C Song Chi-yeol knew very well how incredibly crazy that notion was. Jin Woo checked out his own appearance. Well, yeah, I'm okay. From a casual glance, he was totally fine. He wasn't feeling any pain, either. But when he turned his head a bit, the blood pooling around his chin dribbled down. He reflexively touched his cheek and found that the cut he got earlier was bleeding now. Oh, let me heal that for you. For a second or two, a blue light danced around Ju-hui's fingertips before that little cut disappeared from the view. That was the confirmation. A rank E had successfully defeated a rank B without a single injury. For the 2 people here that knew Jin Woo, rather than the fact of a rank B hunter trying to kill them, it was the fact of the youth before them defeating said hunter that shocked them the most. How can you be able to? Song Chi-yeol couldn't finish his sentence. Jin Woo, of course, knew what Song Chi-yeol and Ju-hui wanted to say here. That was why he opened his mouth first. I'm really sorry. When the right time comes, they'll tell you both everything. So please, don't ask me anything for the time being. When Jin Woo made a request in a grave voice, Ju-hui nodded her head first. Eventually, Song Chi-yeol nodded as well. If you're saying that, then you must have your reasons. I understand, young man. Jin Woo then turned his head in the direction where the boss was. Although the situation had become complicated somewhat, his plan of killing the boss hadn't changed. He wanted to kill the boss by himself, if possible. Also, there was another thing he had to, meaning these 2 couldn't be here. Jin Woo looked back at Song Chi-yeol. With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you 2 should leave the dungeon and contact the association. They'll remain here and search for other survivors. Song Chi-yeol instantly realized what Jin Woo was trying to do. He's going to close the gate all by himself. Even from the older man's perspective, doing that would ensure the least amount of suspicion. That would be a good idea. Miss Ju-hui, let's go ahead first. Ju Hui hesitated after hearing Song Chiel's recommendation, but then she quickly ran at Jin Woo. You haven't forgotten about our dinner date, right? Jin Woo smiled gently. I haven't. I still need to ask you for my change, remember? In that case, you honor that promise, okay? They'll be waiting on the outside. Jin Woo nodded his head, and that must have relaxed her a lot since she took a step back without saying anything else. Even as she was escaping from the dungeon, she continued to look behind her several times. Jin Woo only let out a sigh once the shadows of the two people were gone for good. Fu Woo. And he really wanted to hide for as long as possible, but in the end, he got discovered. There were 2 eyewitnesses, so it was impossible to talk his way out of this one now. It's not like I can threaten Ju Hui or Mr. Song Ajusi either. Killing the rank B should be seen as self-defense. He had 2 eyewitnesses, so no worries there. The real issue would be with how a rank E managed to kill a rank B. I guess being a reawakened is the most plausible excuse there is. Huh. He decided to go with that one then. He'd reveal himself to be a reawakened hunter and get himself a reassignment test. No one would believe him even if he told them about the system or leveling up and all the other stuff. There was also no reason for him to reveal that information voluntarily anyway. After he decided to go through with the reassignment test, he kind of felt relieved on one hand and a bit wistful on the other. And here I was, hoping to do the test only after I got even stronger. But since when did the world move as one wished? There was nothing he could do about it now. I wonder, how high will my new rank be? Since he fought on equal footing with Kong Tae-sik, was he slightly stronger than a rank B hunter at this moment? He thought that he had gotten really strong now. But as it turned out, those high-ranking hunters, starting from B all the way up to S, were indeed all freakish existences far surpassing his imaginations. Oh well, let's think about the future once I get out of here. For the time being, he had to get rid of the boss first. The dungeon that emitted magical energy waves, equaling a rank D, only had a bunch of rank E goblins inside. In that case, there was a good chance that the magical energy wave was actually coming solely from a boss. A boss like that should give him enough experience points for a level up. But before I do that, there was something else he had better confirm first. Jin Woo pushed his perception to the limit and carefully combed over all auras present within the dungeon. Found you. Jin Woo began waking to his new destination. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jin Woo's expression hardened as he walked past them. A short while later, Yuf, yuf, yuf. Jin Woo discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. His arms and legs were all tied up with a rope, and there was a gag placed in his mouth. It was as Kong Tae-sik said, just before his final breath. I've tied up the rapist not too far from here. I was thinking of disposing of him last, after the victim's father asked me to make him suffer for a bit. Kong Tae-sik stopped breathing after those words. The convict began to struggle even harder after seeing Jin Woo. It was as if he was asking to be freed as soon as possible. Yuf, yuf, yuf. Now that Jin Woo took a closer look, it was none other than the same guy who threw a dirty wink at Ju Hui earlier on. As soon as Jin Woo pulled the gag off the convict's mouth, he breathed in and out heavily and widened his eyes. Pant, pant, pant. That crazy B asterisk starred. Kong Tae-sik killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the F asterisk CK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes. Did you get done in by him, too? Jin Woo didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead, towards where the boss was. The convict's words poured out in great urgency. Untie me first. Hurry. We gotta escape before Kong Tae-sik shows up. God D asterisk M in it. There's some sort of magic energy flowing in the ropes, and I can't tear them apart. You have some sort of weapon with you, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Can't you hear me? When a bottom-feeder hunter from the association continued to ignore him, the convict forgot about the position he was in and began frowning in dissatisfaction. Remaining expressionless until then, Jin Woo finally opened his mouth. The boss should be just up ahead. What? A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular Rank D dungeon boss, too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns. You see, the convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the F***ck are you even talking about? Jinwoo calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that, though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jinwoo's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or no. Meaning, he had hurt well more than one or two girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this ***starred used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jinwoo's mind was made up. He coldly stared down at the convict and spoke. Now I know, so there's that. What? Yoof? Yoof. Before the convict uttered out more rubbish, Jinwoo swiftly gagged the ***start again. Then he began slowly dragging the convict by the ankles towards the boss room. Yoof. 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 The convict struggled even more desperately as he got dragged along. Both of his wide-open eyes were now completely bloodshot. Not even slightly fazed by the criminal's desperate struggle, Jinwoo successfully dragged him into the boss room. Yoof. Yoof. And inside the boss room, there was a large group of hobgoblins waiting for their arrival. These monsters reputedly enjoyed snacking on human entrails. Apparently. Yoof. 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 The convict finally realized what Jinwoo was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color as well. Fuwoo. Jinwoo took a deep breath, and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Uuf dash. Kiyajik. Kihit. Kiyek. Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. Uuf. Yoof. Yoof. As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. Euf. Yu. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? Jinwoo frowned deeply as he quickly scanned the interior of the room, searching for the boss. There it is. A huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Dash! Jinwoo immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. Kiek! The surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. Plop! Tumble, tumble. Tearing. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up. Hang on a sec. Only after he had sliced the boss head off did Jinwoo remember the existence of the runestone. There was no need to lure them out with a bait, was there? I could have just learned the stealth skill and sneaked closer, couldn't I? Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to what little remained of the convict and clicked his tongue. Of course, he wasn't feeling any sympathy for the ***starred there. Well, whatever. In any case, his plan was a success. Part 5. Cogwheel. It wasn't difficult to deal with the group of confused and leaderless hobgoblins. Kiyek, Kiyoch, Kayak. The hobgoblins ran around trying to escape from Jinwoo, but were all hunted down soon afterwards. Kayak. When he killed the very last one, another feel-good message popped into his view. It rose up again. His expression brightened up after this rather unexpected reward of the day's labor fell into his lap. Jinwoo cleaned all the blood off the poison fang of Kasaka, and along with all the magic crystals extracted from the hobgoblins, stored them inside his inventory before summoning his status window. Name: Song Jinwoo. Level: 27. Class: None. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. HP: 5,114. MP: 548. Tiredness: 0. Stats: Strength: 72. Stamina, 43. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 39. Perception, 69. Available points to distribute, 5. Physical damage reduction, 20%. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills. Dash LV1. Intimidation, LV1. Equipped items V/backslash ISSDN 0V L/B N / for the B/S novel reading expiry /N/C. Gatekeeper's necklace, A. Before he knew it, his level was almost near the 30 mark. Jin Woo wasn't expecting much from this dungeon at the time of hunting down the weak goblins by the entrance. But while he got a level up by killing the hobgoblin boss, and then another one from hunting down every single one of the hobgoblin underlings as well, his level rose up by 2 in such a short time. What a lucky day it was for him, every single strong monster being in the boss room and all. No, hang on a bit here. It's a bit too much to call this good luck, huh? 3 diverging pathways and the difficulty of the boss room. If the low-ranked hunters got too conceited after hunting down weak goblins and arrogantly stepped into the boss room, then they might have met with a serious accident from the appearance of all these hobgoblins. Unlike the goblins, hobgoblins were pretty tough monsters to contend with. There are some instances of hobgoblins appearing in dungeons full of goblins, but, well, it was still very rare to see such a big group of hobgoblins in a single location as it was in the case of this dungeon. Really now, it was utterly impossible to predict what might happen inside a dungeon. Someone's lucky day might turn into someone else's worst nightmare. The only protection one had in this place was the one's own power. That was why Jin Woo wanted to get stronger. Surviving inside a dungeon was one thing. But what if there was a dungeon break near the hospital where his mother was staying? What if he got sneak attacked by a monster while out walking on the street? No, the monsters wouldn't be the only problems to worry about, either. Hunters were also dangerous existences, just as much as the monsters themselves. Even if various organizations were trying to manage them, there would always be a limit. Indeed, he needed to possess the necessary strength to protect himself. There are limits to how powerful a hunter could become. However, there was no such thing for himself. Theoretically, he could grow stronger indefinitely as long as his stats increased and he found the right type of equipment to wear. And today, one more method of getting stronger had been added to his arsenal. It was none other than the rune stones. Jin Woo pulled out the rune stone from his pocket. Just like with other items, the information on the stone floated up like a hologram projection. Rune stone stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. To those who didn't know, this thing would have come across as a small pebble with weird letters carved on the surface. But if you were a hunter, you'd be salivating like crazy regardless of what your rank was. High-rank hunters would have used it for themselves, while the lower-ranked ones would have sold it to the higher-ranked hunters. And a rune stone containing rare skills, such as this one with the stealth skill, would have especially fetched a large amount of money. When placed in an auction, this particular stone should fetch at least a few billion won, and when sold through the black market, several times more than that. There is only one reason why it would be more expensive in the black market, because there would be no official record of who bought what with how much money. That was why. Having a hidden skill was the same thing as possessing one more powerful weapon. Just like how Kong Tae-sik had been hiding his stealth skill. If it weren't for his high perception stat, Jin Woo would have been killed for sure. Thinking about that sent chills down his spine. Let's forget about selling this. I can always make money later on, and not fall for the monetary temptation right now. His current priority was to become stronger than ever before, after all. There is no need to even mention just how useful this rare stealth skill would prove to be in the future. And to think this little stone is worth several houses, no, several buildings even. Still, Jin Woo quickly did something he had never have dreamed of doing in the past. When he squeezed his hand tightly, the rune stone shattered into pieces without much resistance. Crack! A reddish aura seeped out from the cracks of the rune stone and slowly wrapped around his body. It was almost the same as when receiving the effects of the healing magic. Only the color was wrong. being red and not blue. In any case, it wasn't a bad sensation. The reddish aura circling around him smoothly entered through his nose and was absorbed into his lungs. Right away, he could sense an unknown power well up inside of him. A familiar mechanical beep went off shortly afterwards, too. You've learned skill, stealth. You can now use skill, stealth. Nice. He managed to successfully absorb the skill. He was feeling rather nervous, since this would be his first time using a rune stone to learn a skill, but the whole process turned out to be unexpectedly quick and simple. So, does this mean that I can use stealth now? His heart began pounding harder from the sense of accomplishment after learning a rare skill. Well, the wise elders, they said that seeing was believing, so Jinwoo activated his new skill right away. Stealth. Just as he finished thinking about activating it, his body vanished from his own view. From the tips of his fingers right down to his toes, every part of him became transparent. What a strange feeling it was, unable to see his own hands right in front of his eyes. What would happen if I do this? Since he thought about it, Jinwoo quickly summoned his dagger from the inventory to confirm. Then he sensed gripping something in his hand. Rather mystifyingly, though, he could sense it but couldn't see it. As expected, just like the knife that Kong Tae-sik had been carrying around, the stealth skill was also applied to his poison fang of Kasaka. As he thought, it wasn't that Kong Tae-sik's weapon was strange, it was simply the power of this skill instead. I wonder just how far does this skill cover? Jinwoo picked a pebble up from the ground, and it too disappeared from the sight. Can I do that with this too? He got even more curious. So he reached out and touched the shoulder of the dead hobgoblin, but nothing happened next. It seemed that there definitely was a limit to this skill. At least, he was now sure of the clothes he wore and the objects held in his hand being affected by the skill. It happened right then. You've exhausted all of your mana and skill. Stealth will be deactivated. Suddenly, stealth came undone. But it has been only a few seconds, though. Jinwoo had been moving his body this way and that, trying to familiarize himself with the state of being cloaked. But after the skill came undone all by itself, he hurriedly summoned the skill list and confirmed the details with a flustered look on his face. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills. Dash LV1. Intimidation, LV1. Stealth LV1. What he sought was the information on the stealth skill. The relevant words quickly floated up before his eyes. Tiering. Skill. Stealth LV1. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 200. Simultaneously cloaks the body and hides all traces of the skill holder. During its activation, 10 mana will be spent every second. He needed 200 mana to activate, and further 10 would be spent every bloody second. No wonder his MP couldn't hold up. MP 7/548. His remaining mana of 7 looked rather pitiful to his eyes. It's really all spent up, Currently, the maximum amount of mana he could store was around 550. If he were to activate the stealth skill once, he'd be able to maintain the cloak state for around 35 seconds. But if he were to use other skills, then he'd not even get the full 35 seconds either. Now that I think about it, even Kong Tae-sik canceled his stealth pretty quickly, didn't he? He didn't do that accidentally, as it turned out. If a high-ranking hunter like Kong Tae-sik couldn't keep the skill going for long, then it meant that lower-rank hunters wouldn't even be able to use it. Though my mana is the issue here, Until now, he had invested all his stat points on every stat other than intelligence. And not even once did his MP value rise up from doing that. In other words, he now needed to raise the intelligence stat as well. I guess it's about time I did that. Still, it kind of felt like a waste investing his hard-earned stat points on a non-combat related stat, just so he could use his skill for a few seconds longer. Compared to other stats, intelligence just has too low of an efficiency. Strength, stamina, agility, and perception. He had personally felt the effects of those 4 stats increasing. As they increased in value, he became physically stronger and stronger. The only stat that he couldn't sense any tangible change taking place inside him was this intelligence, although it had climbed up a bit now. I mean, it's now almost 4 times the value compared to when I was a level 1. If he were to really dig around and find the difference, then it'd be his increased MP value. That was all, really. So, to invest his points on this stat based only on a single result like that, it's just too wasteful. Those points would become his flesh and blood if he were to invest them elsewhere. The only conclusion he could draw here was to continue on with his leveling up until he no longer had to worry about his MP. Meanwhile, he'd spend his precious stat points on other, better stats. My stat points. He abruptly recalled that he still had 5 extra points he got as the reward from the emergency quest. He pondered for a second or two on whether he should invest it on intelligence. But in the end, he spent 3 points on strength and the other 2 on stamina. Stats. Strength, 75. Stamina, 45. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 39. Perception, 69. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As I thought, numbers ending in 5s are the best. As a satisfied smile formed on Jin Woo's face. Rumble. The earthquake inside the interior of the dungeon became too severe for him to ignore. Is it the 1-hour mark already? There was no more time to waste here. Jin Woo closed his status window. He had been deliberately wasting time, waiting for the gate to nearly close. But if he stayed here for a second longer, he might get trapped inside, unable to leave forever. Before leaving, Jin Woo turned around and swept his gaze around the boss room one more time. I extracted all the magic crystals and, well, it looked like he hadn't missed a thing. After confirming this fact, he rapidly disappeared down the exit. Rumble. As if to warn those still inside that the gate was about to close, the dungeon began shaking even harder than before. With excellent timing, agents from the association's investigation department arrived in front of the gate. Their eyes grew real round after spotting Jin Woo leisurely exiting from the gate as it gradually closed behind him. H. Hunter Nim, are there any other survivors besides you? No, no one else. You. The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. The V///ISSDN 0V L/B end/ for the B/S novel reading expiry /N/C. Well, with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them, so that was no longer possible too. This was precisely the reason why Jin Woo waited around until the time limit was almost up. However, well, I can't let them know that there indeed was a survivor now, can I? With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Jumgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Chi-yeol entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Jumgang Industries, you say? He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the Hunter Kong Tae-sik from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh, the chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Kong Tae-sik was indeed successful in killing the rapist. Although it wasn't Kong Tae-sik, but me. Cops headed there, and the association came here, it seemed. Jin Woo listened quietly before asking a question. If that's the case, there's no problem on this side, isn't that right? At Jin Woo's question, the agents formed troubled expressions. Yes, basically. There was a clear evidence of Kong Tae-sik's crimes, and these 3 people fought Kong Tae-sik in order to survive. Just as Jin Woo asked, there was nothing here that could be seen as problematic. Except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Kong Tae-sik, who was a rank B hunter. The agents had only arrived at the scene not too long ago, and they were not briefed on the minute details of the situation yet. Oh well, the distance from here to the association headquarters is really far, so it can't be helped, huh? It's already quite commendable that they had arrived here before the gate actually closed. They surely had to leave the HQ and drive super fast to get here in time as soon as receiving the call. Hints of fatigue were clearly visible on the faces of the agents. Just before Jin Woo was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Eugene Ho. What a missed opportunity this is, but looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter and going ahead with the reassignment test, had not be able to humor Eugene Ho's plan anymore. What Eugene Ho looked for was a low-ranked hunter that possessed incredible skills. As soon as Jin Woo's ranking was reassigned and it dramatically rose up, everything would have been for nothing. However, what was up here? When Jin Woo imagined the dejected, depressed face of Eugene Ho, he found that sight rather humorous, instead of feeling apologetic. Sure, Jin Woo was kind of bummed out about the promise building, but oh well. Well, naught I could do here now. Jin Woo thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then, it was me. His head naturally swiveled towards the source of that voice, and he saw Yi Ju Hui, her wide-open eyes full of surprise, staring at Song Chi-yeol. But Ajusi, before Jin Woo could ask what his intentions were, Song Chi-yeol took the initiative and walked closer to the agents. "I'm the one who killed Kong Tae-sik." The questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. "Song Chi-yeol Hunternim, are you saying that you brought down Kong Tae-sik Hunternim?" His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Chi-yeol a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Kong Tae-sik often referred to as a high-ranked hunter, someone who was rank B? The power of high-ranked hunters easily exceeded one's imaginations. The accepted norm was that the difference in strength between a rank B and a rank C was far, far wider than that between a rank C and a rank D. It was here that Song Chi-yeol began chuckling amiably. "Have you all forgotten just who is behind me?" Da-da! Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Ju Hu's face reddened, and she quickly lowered her head. Yi Ju Hui was a B-ranked hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related, but when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-rank hunter, just like Kong Tae-sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter when a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side? The agents finally formed expressions of understanding. Taking the opportunity born from the momentary confusion, Jin Woo stood real, close to Song Chi-yeol, and whispered to the older man. "Why are you lying to them, Ajusi?" Song Chi-yeol replied back in a whisper as well. "I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries?" Of course, he didn't. Thanks to him, Jin Woo would get to avoid dealing with many inconvenient matters. This was the reason why one could never discount wisdom formed from years of experience. "No, you didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now. So, I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing." Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the two men. "Mr. Song Chi-yeol, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or two with writing up the report." "All right, let's get going then." Song Chi-yeol left for the association along with the agents, and before anyone knew it, only Jin Woo and Yi Ju Hui remained on the scene. The sun had set a long time ago. Ju Hui must found Jin Woo and the somewhat altered aura he emitted a bit foreign, because she hesitated greatly before cautiously approaching him. "Would you like to walk with me for a little while? Is she talking about that dinner date?" He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jin Woo agreed, with a welcoming expression. "Okay, let's." As if they had made a promise earlier, the two young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Ju Hu's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now the current Jin Woo was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Since he requested her to keep it a secret, she wasn't planning to pry, but his amazing transformation kept tugging at the corner of her mind. "I wish I'd at least talk to me." Ju Hui kind of felt that Jin Woo was being rather cold-hearted here, not saying a single word until now. In the end, Ju Hui, stopped walking first, and with some difficulty, broke the ice. Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime. Zhu Hui handed over a magic crystal to Jin Wu. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted her back in the underground temple. The tips of Zhu Hui's fingers were trembling as she handed over the crystal. That incident had been only a few days ago, and she had to go through another one today. Zhu Hui was the type of person to get scared quite easily. He could easily figure out what she meant by being unable to eat anything. But today isn't the only day, you know? There's no need to return this to me now. Zhu Hui shook her head slowly. I'm going back home next week. He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jin Wu formed a rueful expression. Is it because of that incident back then? Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day. Zhu Hui's complexion darkened. Jin Wu quickly changed the topic of their conversation. Where's your family home? Exactly? It's in Busan. Actually, Mr. Jin Wu. Suddenly, Zhu Hui's expression became quite serious. Why, yes. Sensing that the mood had become somber, Jin Wu quickly wiped the smile off his face and formed a serious expression as well. Zhu Hui slowly, carefully combed over Jin Wu's face. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, only Jin Wu's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Zhu Hui was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world, so they can hear his will to survive. And the faint traces of hope those eyes captured managed to save not only her, but many others as well, from that place multiple times. No one could imitate what he pulled off back there. Thump, thump. When she recalled the events of that day, her heart began beating faster and faster. No, I can't. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter, since it didn't even suit her personality to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jin Wu ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person if I ask him about meeting each other again? It was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. Having any regrets over such matters would only end up tormenting her. In the end, Zhu Hui simply formed a disarming smile and lightly shook her head. Nah, it's nothing really. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. They'll buy you really good sushi. Sound good? When Jin Wu formed a smile, Zhu Hui smiled back at him. And so, Zhu Hui didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Zhu Hui home, Jin Wu also returned to his place. An old, decrepit apartment building. Visible even from a distance, his place was on the 8th floor. TL, 9th floor for all of you North American readers. As he walked past the parked cars to enter the building itself, the voice of an old man stopped him in his tracks. Young man from 902. It was coming from the old security guard Ajusi. Had been around this place for a very long time. Jin Wu was familiar with the older man, so he greeted without hesitation. You haven't gone home yet, Ajusi? I'm on the night watch duty today. Uh-huh. Jin Wu lightly nodded his head. The old security guard immediately brought out a parcel from the guard post. Jin Wu, this came for you today. Thank you so much. The sender written on the slip was the association. Oh, so was today the day that his replacement phone from the association was supposed to arrive? That was. Jin Wu took out his brand new phone from the box. It glittered softly under the light. He remembered hearing not too long ago that, due to the continued extreme level of interest towards everything related to hunters, the number of non-awakened people trying to get their hands on one of these phones was on the explosive rise. Never mind those who wish to buy one. Just were those idiot hunters thinking, trying to pilfer a few and selling them off. The old saying went that it's not the country that lacked money, but that there were way too many crooks instead. Whether it was inside the association or in the military or any place where people gathered in some numbers, corruption would always cause problems. Because of corruption, money would leak out and the promised financial support would decrease as much as the amount of leaked money, which would make the overall situation even worse. This would eventually mean that those who were supposed to benefit from the system in a rightful manner got screwed royally in the A*S. That was why I got worried, but fortunately enough, there were seemingly no problems with his new phone. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, he had nothing else to do, so he switched the phone on. And well, there was a mountain of unanswered messages and missed calls. Will I even be able to check all these out? Funnily enough, two numbers kept popping up as he took a look at the screen. Both of them seemed unfamiliar to him. One called him alive, while the other sent a ton of text messages. But I don't know anybody who might call me this many times, though. Jin Woo tilted his head slightly before deciding to check the text messages out first. Hello, I'm from that hospital. If you have free time this week. Was I bothering you? I just thought we could chat for a. He belatedly remembered a certain person's face. Indeed, it was the face of that pretty nurse from the hospital, the one asking for his number back then. Was her name Choi Yura? He couldn't say that she was bothering him, but he got this feeling that the moment he replied back to her, his life might get really and unnecessarily complicated in a heartbeat. Okay, so, he'll pass. Next up, the number that called him repeatedly. Jin Woo pressed the call button. A fairly new and catchy pop song noisily greeted him as the ringtone. Hearing that, Jin Woo could more or less guess who this number belonged to. The call was connected pretty quickly. Hello? Yup, indeed it was him. Jin Woo leaked a wry chuckle after his guess was proven correct. It's me. From today onwards, call me only on this number. Ah, you finally got your phone, Hyungnim. Of course, it was none other than Eugene Ho. Jin Woo did write down the boy's contact number somewhere, but he had never called it before, so it was a little wonder why he failed to recognize it. Eugene Ho spoke with a rather excited tone of voice. I was actually thinking of giving you a call just now, Hyungnim. I've finished recruiting the team members, so they'll be coming around tomorrow morning to fetch you. Just from hearing that voice, Jin Woo could picture Eugene Ho's happy face. Jin Woo also chuckled lightly. All right, see you tomorrow then. Click. As Jin Woo ended the call, the elevator arrived on the ground floor, and its doors slid open. Ting! Finally, the raid would start for real from tomorrow onwards. His heart beat faster just from thinking about it. Let's level up as quickly as I can. Head raises levels, enhance all his stats, and become stronger than everyone out there. Once he became a truly powerful hunter, he'd be able to get his hands on money, fame, and influence. And tomorrow would be his first step towards that goal. The east of the United States. Late at night, Hwang Dong-soo was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also an S rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead. I want you to speak slowly and tell me everything in detail. Got that? V///ISSDN0 V L/B/N/ for the B/est novel reading expiry /N/C. The name of his older brother was Hwang Dong-suk. Apparently, he entered a C-ranked gate and lost his life. Though my older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt, and the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother Hwang Dong-soo knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and E walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-ranked hunters all perished in that dungeon. There's something going here. Hwang Dong-soo's eyes became incredibly sharp. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds. But back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold, but now, to think, had met an accident before that happened. Hwang Dong-soo bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is TL. Yep, it said fax in the raw. So no emails in this world then. Hwang Dong-soo ended the phone call and then called his manager next. The call got through pretty quickly. Mr. Hwang, you're calling me quite late. What's going on? Laura, What would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Huang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a U.S. court instead. If we have a chat with the relevant government officials, then your overall sentence should be pretty light. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear up my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Huang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Can you inform me of the nature of this something? It's a personal matter. Of course, I'm not going to harm the guild in any shape or form. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months is it fine. After that, I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time, either. Just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. Also, going on a trip to cheer myself up as well. Okay, will do. By the way, Mr. Huang, if there's anything I can assist you with. Click. Huang Dong-su abruptly ended the call. Didn't matter whether it was some cheering up or an advice. He was not in the mood to hear either of those at the moment. Horror dash. It was then the facts had arrived. Huang Dong-su took a look at the documents arriving one by one. On the white pages, photos of 2 hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Eugene Ho, and a rank E, Song Jin-woo. Huang Dong-su alternated his gaze on the 2 men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure he'll get some answers from either one if I ask them personally. And if he found anything even remotely suspicious, then you will regret coming out of that place alive. He'll make sure of it. The edges of Huang Dong-su's eyes reddened slightly. Part 6. Strange Raids. Next morning, Jin-woo went downstairs after receiving the phone call, only to find a huge van parked outside. Even before he could say, "Who the hell do you think you were to block someone else's exit?" the driver's window rolled down automatically, and the brightly smiling face peeking out from behind belonged to Eugene Ho. "Hyungnim, get in." Eugene Ho stuck his hand out the open window and slapped the side of the van. Since the kid was excitedly declaring his intentions to come and fetch him last night, Jin-woo half expected to see a Benz or something, but no matter how much he looked, it was a normal-looking passenger van. Sure, it was on the biggish side, but still. Didn't you say you were the second-born of a Chable? I thought it'd be too eye-catching if we used my car. I bought this guy not too long ago to use during our raids. Only now did Jin-woo understand the reason for all this shininess coming from the van itself. It's brand spanking new, that's why. From his sincerity, as seen from a boy arriving at Jin-woo's place the first thing in the morning, to his cautiousness as seen from the kid purchasing a new van just to avoid being too conspicuous. Eugene Ho was doing his best to make sure that everything was going smoothly. It also demonstrated that his hopes and expectations riding on these upcoming raids were absolutely huge. Eugene Ho misunderstood the reason why Jin-woo was taking his time to check out the new van and worriedly asked, "By any chance, don't you like this type of vehicle, Hyungnim?" "Not all." Jin-woo declared as so and climbed into the front passenger seat. "Okay, we're setting off now, Hyungnim." Eugene Ho must have been feeling really excited because he kept humming to himself while twirling the steering wheel this way and that. They drove for a while before coming to a stop in an empty lot. Screech. "Hyungnim, we've arrived." There were 8 people waiting for the duo in this meeting place. The gate scene behind the waiting group seemed a bit too small for AC rank. After Jin-woo and Eugene Ho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too, someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. "Is it okay to bring a child here?" I asked for professional advice, and apparently, there is no problem according to the law, Hyungnim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jin Woo nodded his head. In that case, it should be fine. Really now, only Jin Woo and Eugene Ho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters, after all. That was why 8 extra people had to be recruited. And sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here, too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Eugene Ho took a step forward. My name is Eugene Ho, and he'll be taking the lead in this operation. And this gentleman beside me is Song Jinwoo Hunter Nim, who will accompany me to the dungeons. Everyone, your role is to wait outside the gates until we return. One of the hunters cautiously raised his hand. Excuse me if we really do that. We can get 3 million won? No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3 million won per raid. For a payment of simply lending one's name so they would be permitted to enter the gates, it sounded just too good to be true. This man named Eugene Ho didn't even look like that Xiandao character who sold the Taidong River. But the terms on offer were so good that the gathered hunters couldn't help but be anxious. TL, Kim Xiandao is a main character of an ancient Korean novel. He is a pro swindler and manages to sell a river to the wealthiest man in Korea. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Eugene Ho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. However, you're not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid, as per the contract you all signed. Chatter, chatter. Hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these 2 young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. That was also the part of the vow of secrecy clause within the contract. Absolutely no questioning what happens inside dungeons. Jin Woo didn't want anyone to know of his special constitution, and Eugene Ho wanted to become the master of a guild, so there was a serious need to make sure that none of their teammates blabbered their mouth to someone else. Instead of asking questions, the hunters began whispering to each other now. Still, can those 2 survive a rank C dungeon all by themselves? But they don't look that strong, don't they? If these 2 are capable enough to clear a rank C dungeon, wouldn't it be better to enter a large guild and get access to higher ranked dungeons? You're so right about that. They all spoke in a suspicious tone of voice, but not one person said they were quitting. That was par for the course. Really, the terms were too good to give up from their perspective. Even Jin Woo got hooked by the promise of the 2 million won, after all. The reason for the extra 1 million won, compared to what Huang Dong-suk had offered, was because of the clause on the participants maintaining their secrecy. While the explanations carried on, the time was being wasted somewhat. Jin Woo confirmed with his watch and spoke to Eugene Ho. We should get started. Understood, Hyungnim. Eugene Ho answered right away and clapped his hands in order to draw the attention to himself. Well, that will be all for the explanations. I won't force you to participate. So, is there anyone among you who'd like to quit now? Of course, no one raised their hands. Just before the duo tried to enter the gate. Hyungnim, hold on for a moment. Recalling something he had completely forgotten about until now, Eugene Ho hurriedly ran back to the van. He then put several things on the entirety of his body and walked back to the gate in an unsteady and difficult fashion. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyungnim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jin Woo slowly facepalmed. Simply staring at that hunk of steel covering the kid from the tip of his toes all the way up to the crown of his head, Jin Woo felt like his own breathing was getting all choked up and the like. What's the matter, Hyungnim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jin Woo reached out, yanked loose the long sword attached to Eugene Ho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Eugene Ho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop! Jin Woo did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes. However, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Yu Jinho called out to Jin Woo. H. Youngnim, what now? Please help me. I can't stand up. Jin Woo spat out a long sigh while looking at Yu Jinho, reaching out to him. Asterisk. Will this be fine, Youngnim? Yeah. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Yu Jinho jumped inside the gate. Jin Woo followed in right after without saying anything else. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. You're right. The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so... Yeah, well, that's true too. Wait, what were the names of those two again? Hold on. So it was... A man whose leg was in a plaster quickly pulled his phone out and searched the two's names online. Yu Jinho, Song Jin Woo. Another hunter helped the man in crutches to stand straight, while peeking into the phone as well. Whether he felt the crutches needed help, or was just too impatient to find out the result of the online search, no one could tell. What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D? Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E? Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? 1D, and then he wants to clear a rank C dungeon. How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people with 5 rank C hunters as the bare minimum if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. TSK. A male hunter, sporting a smattering of white hair, pulled a cigarette out and lit it up. The arrogance of youth tends to catch many young people unawares. The cigarette smoke slowly rose up. The hunters all fell silent. They couldn't help but feel awkward and bad, thinking that they were now a part of someone else's suicide attempt. Even if they were total strangers, no one likes seeing another person getting killed right in front of their eyes, or in this case, inside the gate right in front of them. Was that all? What about the rest of the money? They may have received the contract fee up front, but they would have made a lot more by following the two young men around for the next 18 raids. Regrettably, though the odds of two young people coming back alive were simply too low. Shouldn't we report this to the association, even if it's now? I wonder. Yeah, what if we get blamed for this? Then this happened. Buzz. Jin Woo and Yu Jinho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Pant. Yu Jinho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh, they managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed, because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh. Look. They killed the B-boss? The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin Woo utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Yu Jinho, "Where's the next one?" "It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyungnim." "Okay, let's go." Jin Woo and Yu Jinho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Yu Jinho turned his head and called out to them. "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Drop. The middle-aged hunter with the smattering of white hair, Yin, was so stunned that he failed to realize his cigarette slipping out from his lips and falling to the ground. Those two managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid. 2. It wasn't only Yin Jidavon, though. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? The first day, Brewer. A group of zombies rushed at the duo. Hyung Nim, they are coming. Okay. Jin Woo smoothly glided among the rushing zombies. Whenever he brushed past one, the head of an undead creature fell and rolled on the ground. The number of zombies decreased quite rapidly. Soon, only one remained. Stab. Crew. When Jin Woo stabbed his dagger deep into the last monster's chest, a familiar mechanical beep rang inside his head. Tearing. Level up. Yu Jin Ho, who had been standing at the far back, gasped in admiration and clapped his hands enthusiastically. Hyung Nim, you're so cool. Magic crystals. Okay. Yu Jin Ho quickly pulled the bag out and began collecting the magic crystals. It was around at this point. The mechanical beeps didn't end with a level up message and continued on. You've acquired skill. High-grade dagger technique, LV1. You've acquired skill. Vital points targeting, LV1. Skill. Dash is leveled up. Jin Woo's expression brightened in an instant. I got new skills. Been a long time too, hasn't it? Feeling rather chuffed with himself, Jin Woo quickly summoned his skill window. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV Max. Tenacity, LV1. High-grade dagger technique, LV1. Active skills. Dash, LV2. Intimidation, LV1. Stealth, LV1. Vital points, targeting, LV1. The dash skill had leveled up after he constantly used it. Also, in the passive and the active columns, high-grade dagger technique and vital points targeting had been added as well. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 5. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 40%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. My movement speed has increased. The rate had climbed up from 30 to 40%. The difference in 10% was huge. Well, the leveling up of the skill seemed appropriate, since he used the dash skill quite often. Skill. High-grade dagger technique, LV1. Passive skill. Mana required to activate. None. Exclusive to daggers. You used daggers for a long time, and now you are able to wield daggers more proficiently. 33% additional damage will be applied when using daggers. Additional damage effect when using daggers. A dagger-specific skill had been created as the result of him continuously sticking to daggers, it seemed. I guess wielding other types of weapons will be inefficient for me now, huh? Of course, it also meant that the effect when using only the daggers would be even greater. Besides, he was already well used to using daggers. He also had grown fond of the poison fong of Kasaka and wasn't planning to switch to another weapon anytime soon. So this was a huge boon for him. And finally, Jin Woo's eyes gleamed in great anticipation as he checked out the details of the last new skill that appeared. Skill. Vital points targeting, LV1. Mana required to activate, 70. You've learned the most optimum way to attack with your daggers. This skill will search for the enemy's vital points and inflict fatal damage. This skill was also exclusive to daggers. The most optimum way to attack. Now that he thought about it, the attack he used to land the final blow to Kong Tae-sik, and on that last zombie, felt roughly the similar to him. Should he say he definitely felt it in his bones? The moment the dagger pierced through, he knew instinctively that the battle was over. So that was me aiming at the vital points, huh? To think something he did as an accident would become an actual skill, and he'd get to use it whenever he felt like it. His heart was now beating like crazy. To Jin Woo, who had no other method to attack other than to swing his dagger around this way, and that this attack skill vital points targeting was like the sweet, sweet rain falling at the end of a long drought. Very nice. He leveled up and got new skills. It'd only been the first day, yet things were going really smoothly already. The second day, level up. With the addition of an attack skill, the speed of hunting had increased rather noticeably. Yu Jin Ho's eyes could only grow wider and wider as he watched countless monsters fall one after the other when Jinwoo accurately attacked their weak points. Hyungnim has been hiding such a mad skill until now. Just how far did the set of Hyungnim's mysterious skills extend to? He couldn't help but admire Jinwoo even more, seeing that he was able to easily defeat several rank C hunters. He's definitely a rank B or higher. He could only spectate from the sidelines, his jaw slack, since he couldn't guarantee his own fate if he unwisely tried to probe Jinwoo for answers. However, there was a distinct disadvantage associated with the increase in the hunting speed, as it turned out. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. Jinwoo frowned quite deeply. Again, in order to fill up his depleted MP, Jinwoo summoned a vial of potion he bought from the store right away. What is that, Hyungnim? Yu Jinho expressed a great interest. Being next to Jinwoo meant that Yu Jinho would get to experience many unbelievable things, of course. And now, he became way too curious about the identity of the blue liquid Jinwoo kept drinking every now and then. What this? Jinwoo delayed answering and read the information on the potion first. Item, MP potion. Rarity, E. Type, consumable. A liquid medicine that will restore your mana. Once consumed, it will restore 500 points of MP. Can be stored in your inventory, but it can't be handed over to someone else. The explanation said that the potion couldn't be handed over to another person. What'll happen if I try to give it to someone else? It was now Jinwoo's turn to become curious. So, he handed the vial of the MP potion over to Yu Jinho. But the potion bottle quietly disappeared from the view when placed in Yu Jinho's hand, just like when it appeared the first time. Is this magic, Hyungnim? So, this is why it can't be handed over, huh? He learned something new today. An item that could not be handed over would disappear when touched by someone else. If so, what would happen when no hands were involved? Jinwoo accessed the store and purchased a new potion. However, it was not the same MP potion that he bought all the time, but a vial of HP potion containing reddish liquid. As soon as he completed the transaction, the potion automatically appeared in Jinwoo's hand. Hyungnim, that's amazing. The liquid's color changed to red. Yu Jinho was thinking that the MP potion disappearing and being replaced by an HP potion was some kind of fancy magic trick. Actually, there was a good reason why Jinwoo changed the type of potion. Let's find out if these potions have an effect on other people. Jinwoo told Yu Jinho to lower his posture. Open your mouth and look up. I like this, Hyungnim. All right, stay in that position and don't move. Jinwoo tilted the vial of HP potion. The reddish liquid slid down Yu Jinho's mouth. Gulp. Suddenly, Yu Jinho opened his eyes wider. What's going on, Hyungnim? Why do I feel reinvigorated again? After playing the role of the luggage carrier for a long time, Yu Jinho had been looking rather fatigued, but now, his complexion improved in the blink of an eye. Jinwoo smiled in satisfaction. So, giving it away in this manner works. You gotta learn something else just as good again. He should be able to heal a nearby injured person, even if there were no healers present. This would certainly help him out a good deal in the future, no doubt. Just tell me if you're feeling tired, okay? I could spare a ton of this drink, you see. Of course, Jinwoo wasn't doing this out of charity. If the porter got too tired and his movement speed decreased, then that would mean the overall hunting speed would decrease as well. So basically, he'd be the one losing out in the end. His actions were born out of such a chain of thoughts. But Yu Jinho didn't know that. Hyungnim, let's go. Yu Jinho became very moved after being subjected to Jinwoo caring about him. Not to mention, he was awed by Jinwoo's amazing abilities too. Wiping away his tears, Yu Jinho hurriedly chased after the departing back of Jinwoo. The third day. All right, take this, Hyungnim. Yu Jinho rummaged through the equipment bag and then presented a bank balance book with a stamp sealed in together, V///ISSDN 0, V, L/B, and / for the B/S novel reading expiry, /N/C. What's this? It's the money from selling the magic crystals we got during the last 2 days, Hyungnim. Jinwoo got slightly irritated by the fact that Yu Jinho had forgotten this, and only decided to give it to him inside a dungeon full of dangerous monsters. But that irritation disappeared almost right away. 600 million. TL, around $535,500. When he took a look at the amount written on the book, Jin Woo found quite a substantial amount staring back at him. Are you giving me every cent from the sales of the magic crystals? Yu Jin-ho nodded his head. Yes, Hyungnim. I'm not doing these raids because I need the money, and besides, you've killed all of the monsters anyways. So, how can I ask you for a share like a shameless fool here? Yu Jin-ho's eyes were sparkling like a little kid waiting to be praised. Oh, really, would you look at this kid now? Jin Woo sensed the change in Yu Jin-ho's attitude after they spent the last couple of days together. Not too long ago, the feeling of the kid forcing himself to come even though he was *T scared was pretty strong. But now, he was acting more like a little brother who couldn't stop worshipping a cool older brother or something. He's got a pretty adorable side to him, no? Jin Woo smirked. Can I really have it, then? Do I, the one and only Yu Jin-ho, look like someone who'd go back on his word, Hyungnim? Jin Woo smiled brightly and patted the bank balance book. Okay, thanks. I'm really grateful for this. No, thank you instead, Hyungnim. Yu Jin-ho bent his back 90 degrees right away. This was one confusing sight where it was pretty difficult to tell just who was giving whom money here. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the waiting teammates also had developed a routine of sorts to while away the time. As soon as the raid leader Yu Jin-ho and his assistant, Song Jin-woo, entered the gate, the remaining hunters gathered around, placed a couple of picnic clothes on the ground, and proceeded to do their own things. The most popular activity, of course, was gambling. 5 people were sitting around in one group, gambling and chatting away. How many raids did we participate in so far? Let's see, the day before it was 3. Yesterday it was 2, and this is the second dungeon today. So, it's 7 in total so far. We'll be fine for those 2 to keep clearing dungeons at this breakneck pace. I mean, it's normal to take a week off after clearing one dungeon. No? Agu, don't you worry about those 2 now. Can't you see that they literally haven't even broken a sweat every time they come out of a gate? Besides, we get 3 mil every raid, so it's simply an excellent bit of news for us. Oh, it's your turn, my man. Hurry up and deal. Ah, sure. Indeed, both Jin Woo and Yu Jin-ho displayed not one hint of getting fatigued from keeping up with this seemingly exhausting schedule. Of course, these people had no idea, but such a feat was only possible thanks to the miraculous effects of the potions. The duo got to clear over 1/3 of the planned 19 raids in such a short amount of time precisely because of the potions. A short while later, the gate's blackish surface wavered unsteadily and 2 people emerged from there. Oh, the raid leader is out. Okay, let's pack this up. Hunters began getting ready to leave without being ordered to. Hey there, take care of that luggage over there. Wake that person up. Please make sure we aren't forgetting anything here. Hunters moved in perfect sync. Even the sleeping hunter woke up and quickly finished getting ready to move to the new location. Okay, let's get going. Everyone was getting more or less used to this rather insane manner of clearing dungeons. Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district, the chief of the 2nd Division, On Song-min, found himself shouting at the top of his voice early in the morning. Mr. Hyun, what are you trying to do here? Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training. Yet, how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyun Ki-cheol lowered his head in embarrassment. And my apologies, Chief. The thing is, there's a raid team that quickly bids for every gate rank C opening up in our jurisdiction. What? Well then, why don't you just get them back with higher bids? Does our guild lack funds or personnel? Just what's the problem here? I tried to do as you said, but... How dare you answer back as if you did something nice? From the thunderous roar of On Song-min, the entirety of the 2nd Division had fallen into silence. It sure had been a long time since On Song-min blew his top to this extent. Just what kind of place was the White Tiger Guild? It was called one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. For that reason alone, every single employee working within its halls was, without exception, excellent individuals. The Vice Chief Hyun Ki-cheol too was a talented, sharp individual who performed his role well and admirably, having never committed a single error ever since he was hired by the guild. But to think he failed to book a single gate when the new recruits were supposed to begin their training soon. This no doubt qualified as a big error. The second division that On Song-min was in charge of did the roles of recruiting new hunters and training them, while the first division took care of managing the schedules of the guild's main hunters. Please, take a look at this first, Chief. The near-tearful Hyun Ki-chul pushed forward a notebook PC to his superior officer. What the hell? On Song-min was about to explode once more, only for his jaw to drop to the floor after checking out a certain number appearing on the notebook screen. T250 million won. There's a crazy B asterisk starred who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate. On Song-min became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate rank C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. Originally, the bidding price of this gate was only around 70 million. But when I raised the bid to 100 million, these B asterisk stars suddenly upped it all the way to 250 million, Chief. The upper limit for a single C-rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hyun Ki-chul was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these B asterisk stars? Tap, 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 tap. On Song-min's hands typed on the keyboard quite rapidly. And soon, the search results filled up the computer screen. Just as Hyun Ki-chul had said, one raid team was snapping up all the rank C gates appearing in this district with nonsensical speed while paying an equally gobsmacking amount of money. What the hell? Who are these crazy B asterisk stars? This area was the White Tiger's backyard, their jurisdiction. At first, On Song-min thought of the possibility that other guilds were possibly interfering with their work. No, hang on. That's not possible, is it? There was no large guild stupid enough to start something with White Tiger openly in this fashion. Even if it was one of the 5 top guilds in South Korea, it would have to risk getting destroyed in return by clashing against the White Tiger. So it's not a guild, then? In that case, who and why? On Song-min swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on this strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Yu Jin-ho. First time I hear that name. It was On Song-min's job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. However, this Yu Jin-ho really was someone he didn't know. Okay, I'll come back to you later. He then proceeded to slowly scroll down the list of the team's members, hoping to spot any familiar names on it. And then there was one. One name kind of stood out. Song Jin-woo? Song Jin-woo. Where have I heard this name before? On Song-min did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey, Ki-chul, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look? Yes, Chief. I remember. When we got there, we couldn't find any monsters and there was only one survivor. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? Hyun Ki-chul possessed a pretty solid brain. No, it wasn't to the extent of other people praising him as a genius, but as far as his ability to remember things was concerned, he was really rather exceptional. There wasn't even any real need to go through a search process here, because Hyun Ki-chul replied right away. It's Song Jin-woo, a rank E hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it, but well, he was proven right once more. On Song-min instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situations let him down. Never. On Song-min shouted out an order to the rest of the employees in the second division. Everyone, stop what you're doing and get me every single data and information on the hunters Yu Jin-ho, ranked D, and Song Jin-woo, ranked E. Right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other, fast. As it turned out, Yu Jin-ho didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the second son of Eugen Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary, even. However, Song Jin-woo was quite a different story altogether. Since that dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When On Song-min spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyun Ki-cheol quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a Ranky Hunter 2 chief. The first time Song Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho met was when the latter went for his very first raid. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now, these 2 had formed a raid team and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2, 3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons? I wonder. Hold on. I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing S-rank hunters in private doing the rounds. Wasn't there? Yes, there was a rumor like that. And that Yoo Jin-ho is the son of a really influential owner of a company. Indeed, Yoo Myung-hwan, Yoo Jin-ho's father, showed some movements of wanting to create a guild of his own. It was one of the most tightly guarded secrets only a few in the world of hunters were privileged enough to know. If that was the case, then what Yoo Jin-ho was doing right now wouldn't be completely unrelated to that. Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside On Song-min's head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. Seeing that rapid change in his superior officer's expression, Hyun Ki-cheol nervously swallowed his saliva. On Song-min spoke with more than enough confidence in his voice. This guy, he's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyun Ki-cheol's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But On Song-min was sure of it. That's right. A Ranky hunter was no different from a regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Song Jin-woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course, he could be lucky. Sure. However, the third and last incident. The situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kong Tae-sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kong Tae-sik. TL. I've changed sorcerer to mage. Bullsh * T. Hunters in the monitoring division all specialize in combat. If Kong Tae-sik wasn't a moron, he'd try to dispose of the highest ranked hunter with a low combat potential, the rank B healer first. You telling me that a rank C mage-type hunter managed to stop him by himself? The thing was, the mage-type hunters were weak against close combat-type hunters, even more so against the assassin types. Unless Kong Tae-sik underestimated his opponents and ignored the presence of the rank B healer, it might be possible, but the hunter with 3 years of experience in the monitoring division wouldn't make such a blunder, thought On Song-min. The one who stopped Kong Tae-sik wasn't this rank C Song Cheol, but someone else accompanying them. There was no physical evidence, but he was getting more and more sure of his guesses being right. Song Jin-woo now possessed abilities matching that of a high-ranking hunter after going through a reawakening process. Yoo Jin-ho coincidentally took part in the raid and saw the abilities of Song Jin-woo. And now, Yoo Jin-ho was testing out this and that in preparation to scout Song Jin-woo to his father's new guild. When he thought like that, everything seemed to click. This is a huge piece of news. If Song Jin-woo was indeed a reawakened hunter, then there would only be a few people, including Yoo Jin-ho, who knew his true worth. Just who was Yoo Myung-hwan. He wouldn't want to accept any wannabes and idiots. Definitely not. Not only that, as one of the founding members of the guild, too, this could be an excellent chance to snatch away a wonderful individual marked by none other than Yoo Myung-hwan. If he fought and defeated rank B Kong Tae-sik, then his abilities should be at least be known. The priority now was to snatch this talent before other guilds. No, Yoo Myung-hwan managed to scout him. Well, after the inevitable reassignment test, the competition would become really hectic, after all. Besides all that, even if Song Jin-woo wasn't as strong as he suspected, it didn't really matter. There were only a few reawakened hunters in the entire world, so the media's attention would no doubt be directed to this guy. And That would precisely be the kind of public exposure that no amount of money could buy. Whatever the case may be, An Song-min couldn't afford to let this guy slip through his fingers. I wouldn't be able to do anything if he already signed a contract with you, Myung-hwan, though. However, the odds of that was low. The proof was all those tests taking place in the C-rank dungeons. There's a good chance that they haven't decided on anything yet, which meant the White Tiger Guild had a real shot here as well. I shouldn't be wasting time here. An Song-min picked up his coat, hanging on the back of his chair, and quickly put it on. Kichiola, let's go. He also didn't forget to mobilize his right-hand man, of course. An Song-min was strict with Hyun Kichiol all the time, simply because the former believed that no one was more suitable to take over from him than his current deputy. Meanwhile, Hyun Kichiol's eyes opened wider. Pardon me? Where are we going, Chief? What do you mean, where? We're going to scout a new talent, that's what. And you have to personally go to scout this new guy? Why not? Is there a law against doing that? An Song-min retorted and hurriedly left the office, causing Hyun Kichiol to tilt his head this way and that. But still, he chased after the senior officer. Now, this is so strange. It'd been over 2 years since he became a vice chief. Yet it was his first time seeing An Song-min personally go out on a job. Part 7. Premonition of a huge jackpot. The dungeons Jinho's team booked for the day were 2, and the distance between the 2 gates was fairly substantial. In order to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes, An Song-min and Hyun Kichiol separated and went to different gates each. They constantly called each other and waited for Jinho's team to show up. It's still pretty chilly out, isn't it? An Song-min bought a cup of instant coffee from a vending machine near the gate's location. It had already been 1 solid hour of waiting for Jinho's team to show up. For some reason, though, he was feeling more expectant than bored right now. Been a long time, but his heart was beating fast in pure anticipation. If my guesses are right, then that man will be a huge scoop that has appeared in a really long time. Not only that, a very special scoop, too. An Song-min became a division chief at a really young age. All thanks to his instincts. Actually, his instincts played a crucial role in the White Tiger becoming the large guild of today. And that instinct was telling him this right now. That there was a real chance that this Song Jin-woo would lift the White Tiger Guild up even higher than ever before. Other people would say that I've lost my mind. Well, Song Jin-woo was still officially a rank E after all. However, things visible to one's eyes didn't tell the whole story. If that was the case, then he wouldn't even be here right now. And so, as he glared at the gate with hawk-like eyes from afar, when, ring ring, Hyun Kichiol gave him a call. Yes, Kichiola. Any news? Chief, Jinho and his team have arrived on site. All right, don't get too excited and keep your eyes on them. And report back to me every single little thing that happens there. Yes, Chief. See, Chief. The voice coming out of the phone's receiver sounded rather weird all of a sudden. Did this idiot get discovered or something? An Song-min became urgent too and hurriedly called out. What happened? Speak up, will ya? Chief, you were right. What? An Song-min's heart began beating faster and faster. I can see that only Jinho and Song Jin-woo are entering the gate. No one else. Of course. Song Jin-woo is being tested. After all, as he thought, his guesses were correct. Not once did his gut feeling let him down in situations like this. Good. An Song-min clenched his fist real tightly. While you people remain unconvinced and unsure, we will make the move first. The White Tiger Guild will definitely take Song Jin-woo away from you. Why? Because the White Tiger had An Song-min, chief of the 2nd Division, that's why. As An Song-min bathed in the ecstasy of victory, Hyun Kichiol's voice continued to travel through the airwaves and came out from the phone once more. What should I do now? Should I go over to you, Chief? No. Remain there and observe for a while longer. Pardon? But isn't Chief's suspicions more or less confirmed with this? I'm kind of curious just how long they will take to clear the dungeon. That's all. How many hours will they need to clear a rank C dungeon? RA/CH/P/TERS on N/V/LB C//M. A rank A hunter would need at least 2 hours to solo a rank C dungeon, Chief. So what? You can't wait that long? How can that be, Chief? No, I'm just worried about you being all alone and lonely over there. That's why I'm asking you. What a faster-than-light change in his attitude that was. This was why Song-min could never dislike Hyun Ki-cheol. Stop worrying about me, and make sure to keep your eyes wide open to see when they're coming out. Okay? I'm sure nothing weird will happen here. He'll be right next to my phone, so if something does happen, give me a call right away. Got it, Chief. Song-min ended the call only after making sure his right-hand man fully heard his request. It was at this point that he felt his starvation kick in. Rumble. I've been paying way too much attention on this matter. The lunch hour had flown by some time ago, but had been waiting with bated breath for Song Jin-woo's arrival and completely forgot to fill up in the meantime. The thing was, he didn't know when Eugene Ho's team would show up here, and so couldn't leave his position to buy something to eat. Now that he found himself some leeway, Song-min looked around his vicinity to find a place to eat before eventually settling on the local convenience store. I'm not trying to skimp on food expenses, though. No one was around here to make fun out of him. Yet he couldn't help but think that it was a bit uncool to enter a restaurant or a diner all alone. So, after a lengthy deliberation, he chose the cup ramen from the convenience store instead. He poured the boiling water provided from the store in the cup and waited for 3 minutes before getting his wooden chopsticks ready. But then, ring. Yeah, I'm trying to eat here, so who dares to call me now? When he took a look at the phone screen, a familiar name showed up. Right arm. Hyun Ki-cheol, you dumba asterisk guess. Song-min answered the call, full of irritation. Why are you calling me already? Chief, that's not it. What do you mean, that's not it? If you're calling me over nothing, you will be eating nothing but cup ramen as your lunch for the whole of next week. That's not it, Chief. Those two came out of the gate already. Just like a paused frame of a movie, Song-min's hand froze in the midair just before it could deliver chopsticks full of noodles to his mouth. What did you say? Just now, Eugene Ho and Song Jin-woo came out from the gate, Chief, and they're getting ready to leave along with the rest of the team. Indeed, he didn't hear that wrong. Song-min hurriedly checked his watch. But it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Did they give up on the raid midway? No, Chief. The gate is shaking right now. What nonsense was this? Even if the difficulty between different C-ranked dungeons varied somewhat, there was simply no way that someone could solo one of those in less than 30 minutes. Check again. Is the gate closing for real? Yes, Chief. Should I record some footage and send it to you? No, no need. Song-min ended the call and dazedly stared the empty air. Clearing a C-rank dungeon in 30 minutes when normally a rank A hunter would need 2 hours to do so? What a funny notion that was, that man being only a rank B, using only the objective information available to make his educated guess. Then at the bare minimum, he's above rank A. Now this was an unimaginably huge jackpot. Outside the gate, Hyungnim, is there some other business you need to attend to later? No, not really. Why do you ask? I haven't seen you hurrying up this much with hunting before. Eugene Ho was feeling truly astonished today. He already knew very well that Jin-woo was strong, but today he seemed to be on another dimension altogether. But that was par for the course, really. Jin-woo inwardly laughed out. Well, monsters in this dungeon were werewolves, after all. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. The buff, given by the title Slaughterer of Wolves, of course, came into effect against the werewolves as well. How could the monsters from a rank C dungeon contend with him, when his level was already so high to begin with, never mind the effect of that buff helping him out too? Thanks to that, Eugene Ho had been kept real busy while trying to extract all those magic crystals from the dead monsters. He even had to drink 5 vials of the HP potion too. He shook his head several times, complaining that he wouldn't be able to eat lunch now, after the potions filled him up completely. That's that, but Jin-woo slowly raised his head. He had been sensing someone's gaze coming from somewhere. I don't sense any magical energy, so he can't be a hunter. He took a look around, but couldn't spot anyone suspicious. If he got serious about discovering who it was, then he should be able to find the person But then, as the target didn't emit any killing intent or hostile intentions, it'd take a really long time to track the culprit down. It might be nothing, too. Perhaps inevitably, the gaze disappeared before long. Hyung-nim, is everything all right? It's nothing. Let's get going. There was no time to waste here. Jin-woo took one last look around and climbed into the van. Asterisk. He couldn't sense anyone looking at him by the second gate's location, both the times when he entered and also when exiting the gate. Was I being overly cautious? What a relief it was, knowing that it wasn't something serious. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho walked over and apologetically lowered his head. Hyung-nim, I'm really sorry about this. This is the last gate for the day. Other ones were just too far from here. Don't worry about it. That's not something you should apologize for, anyway. The sun was still pretty high up in the sky, but thanks to the duo's antics, just about every gate that appeared in the district had been taken care of, so their day had to come to an end here. Thank you all for working hard, everyone. What do you mean, working hard? It's you, the raid leader, who worked hardest. See you tomorrow. Take it easy now. After sending everyone away, the remaining two men climbed aboard the driver's and the passenger seats of the van. Let me take you home, Hyung-nim. Before anyone had noticed it, Yoo Jin-ho had become a trusty chauffeur. Him sitting behind the wheel looked perfectly normal now. Jin-woo looked Yoo Jin-ho with pitying eyes. Just because he wants a shot at the position of the guild master, a scion of a wealthy family now has to work as a chauffeur. Yoo Jin-ho had been smiling brightly while pressing on the accelerator, before realizing that Jin-woo was staring at him and asked with an equally bright voice. Is there something on my face, Hyung-nim? Nope. Never mind. Jin-woo pretended to know nothing, before suddenly recalling something else rather important, and he pulled out his phone to check the time. Right now it's 16:46. Indeed, it was still too early to go home. How fortunate that he still had one thing he could do. I'm sure it was around here, right? According to his memories, at least. Jin-woo spoke up quickly. Hey, Jin-ho. Yes, Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho replied, while professionally turning the steering wheel. The van the two of them were riding on smoothly went around the curve on the road. Head to the Myri department store. Myri department store? Yoo Jin-ho formed a confused expression. Yeah, let's go there. Well, yes. It's just around the corner from here, but I did notice it back during the hunting. So, is there really nothing going on, Hyung-nim? For some reason, you've been talking a lot more than necessary lately. That prompted Yoo Jin-ho's head to rigidly stare forward and nowhere else. I shall get us there at the speed of light. Hyung-nim, please hold on tight. Yoo Jin-ho quickly changed his attitude and drove the van like a stuntman, never once touching his brake pedal. The distance to cover wasn't a lot, so they arrived at the destination pretty quickly. The van came to a screeching halt in front of the building. The overall vibe given off by the Myri department store located smack dab in the city of Seoul CBD was quite something to behold. When Jin-woo climbed off the van, Yoo Jin-ho followed suit. Hyung-nim, our guild's got to use this kind of a building as our headquarters in the future. What do you think? Yoo Jin-ho stared up at the department store building and threw half a joke. However, there was no reply. Sensing that something was weird here, Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly took a look next to him. Jin-woo was no longer standing there. Hyung-nim, no matter how hard he looked around, Jin-woo was gone without a trace. Hyung-nim, with the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. I leveled up again twice in the department store instant dungeon. The steps taking Jin-woo home were light and cheery. It had been a while, but the key to the instant dungeon had finally come out of the random box recently. And that key was supposed to be used at the Myri department store. He was wondering when to go, but decided to visit the place today since he found himself with enough free time. Hyung-nim, Jin-woo recalled the dazed face of Yoo Jin-ho as the kid searched for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. His phone suddenly went off then. Before answering it, he checked the number on the phone screen, but he couldn't recognize it. Who could it be? Back when he was still in high school, he was too busy trying to be a mother to his little sister, and after graduation, he started right away as a hunter, so one could say that Jin-woo's circle of acquaintances was fairly small. I shouldn't be getting calls from unknown numbers. He tilted his head only for a second or two. For the time being, he decided to answer it. Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Song Jinwoo speaking? It was an open and friendly-sounding voice of a man. Jinwoo hung up the moment he heard that. Click. Well, from my experience, this kind of call is 99% someone trying to sell me stuff or trying to entice me to get a loan. Anyway, just as he was about to put his phone back in the pocket, it rang again. Buzz. And it was the exact same number. What the? Wasn't someone selling stuff? Normally, these salespeople would call whoever just so they could meet their sales target, which meant that they would almost never call him back this quickly as soon as the connection was dropped. Why? They were quick-witted enough to realize that this would be a waste of time. That's why. Which means the guy on the other side really has some kind of business with me. So, he answered the call properly this time. Hello, this is Song Jinwoo. Ah, so is the right number. I thought I called the wrong one because the call got cut off so quickly. Aha! Jinwoo deliberated for the whole of 2 seconds on whether to apologize or not, with an excuse of him thinking that the call was about selling insurance or some such, because the man's voice sounded a bit. But in the end, he decided not to. It feels like me apologizing now would only make it worse. A short bout of silence later, the salesman, no, the man with a salesman's voice, made his belated introduction. Ah, where are my manners? My bad for the late introduction. My name is On Song Min, and I work for the White Tiger Guild. Jinwoo's steps came to an abrupt halt. Why is the White Tiger calling me? He couldn't think of a reason why such a big guild as the White Tiger would call him out of the blue. The only thing he could think of, though, was that this guild assisted him back in that dual dungeon incident. But I'm sure they aren't calling me to investigate that day's matters after so much time has passed by already. Well, he couldn't stand not knowing. So before On Song Min had the chance to continue, Jinwoo asked first, why is the White Tiger Guild giving me a call? The matter is a bit sensitive to discuss over the phone, so may I come to you and have a chat face-to-face? The man was saying that had come to see him, not asking Jinwoo to show up, so there was no real reason to refuse here. Besides, he had nothing much to do the day after tomorrow, anyway. Didn't you Jinho say he had some kind of event back home? Jinho begged for his understanding while saying that there was a big family event happening on that day, and everyone simply had to show up, meaning he couldn't go on any raids. A big family event at v//ISSDN0V L/BI/N / for the B/S novel reading expiry /N/C. Just from thinking about a Chabel's family event, Jinwoo could only imagine luxurious, elaborate parties being held in a 5-star hotel's reception hall. Should he blame TV dramas for that now? In any case, it'd be easy to set a date for that day. I have some free time on Thursday. Well, the thing is, will it be fine if we meet right now? Right now? Jinwoo checked the time. The time on the phone screen indicated 8 in the evening. But it's already 8. Don't worry. I'm waiting for you nearby. I just wish to speak to you for a little while only. Nearby as in? In a cafe near you. On Song Min spoke the name of the cafe. Jinwoo was quite familiar with the place. It was near his home, so he went past it often, and not only that, but he also used it as the meeting place with Jinho as well. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed to a slit. This guy knows where I live. One couldn't find the addresses of hunters on the association's website. The only things appearing there were the names of hunters and their ranks. A hunter could provide the relevant information themselves, but Jinwoo didn't even leave behind his contact number there. But not only had this guy known his phone number, he was waiting near Jinwoo's home, so, without a doubt, he must have gathered enough information before showing up here. Ah, now that I think about it, he abruptly remembered something. I sensed a gaze on me earlier today, so I'm guessing that belonged to one of your people? Jinwoo's voice became a level colder. The guy on the phone apologized with a polite tone of voice. Please accept my apologies if you were inconvenienced by that. We just wanted to confirm the situation for ourselves. We wouldn't have called you like this if we were thinking of harming you in some shape or form. If you take some time out and listen to what I have to say, I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. Jinwoo pondered for a while before speaking up. We'll be there shortly. The Hunters, the Reapers, the Night Order, the Shining Star, and then us, the White Tiger. I'm sure you've heard of these names before. On Song Min read off the names of the top 5 guilds in South Korea, one by one. The number 1 guild was the Hunters. However, the Hunters didn't start its life as the number one from the get-go. No, it was the Reapers who used to be the top dog. However, after White Tiger separated itself from the Reapers, the number one spot changed hands. Was this the case of the student becoming the master? After going independent, the White Tiger leapfrogged the Reapers a long time ago, and they were aiming for the number one spot that, originally, belonged to the Reapers. An Song-min was completely sure of it now. He was sure of the fact that the man sitting across him, Song Jin-woo, would become an important piece of the puzzle and help the White Tiger reclaim the glory of the past once more. An Song-min presented his business card. An Song-min, Section Chief, 2nd Division, White Tiger Guild. My name is An Song-min, and I'm in charge of the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild, one of the top 5 in the country. Our role is to scout talented hunters and manage them. If Song Jin-woo was any other hunter, had have lowered his head 90 degrees before a business card was even brought out and only then get to the main topic. Unless one was an S rank or an A, pretty much all hunters dreamed of entering the White Tiger. Honestly, An Song-min was hoping for that kind of reaction as well. Unfortunately, Jin-woo was different. Not showing much reaction at all, he calmly asked what he wanted to ask first. Why does an officer of the White Tiger Guild perform background checks on someone like me? An Song-min inwardly flinched. He's not pressured even after hearing the name of the White Tiger. They haven't spoken for long, but for some reason, An Song-min sensed that it'd be rather challenging to scout Song Jin-woo. On the other hand, that only made him even more desperate to bring Song Jin-woo into his guild now. Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing for a newbie to be rather confident about himself, now, would it? Right? You gotta have at least balls as big as this, so we can start throwing you into whatever assignment that comes our way. An Song-min firmed his resolve once more. Let me get straight to the point. We wish to scout you, Mr. Song Jin-woo. We promise to offer you double the amount of terms as offered by the Yujin Construction, no strings attached. An Song-min smiled deeply. Yujin Construction was still in the middle of testing Song Jin-woo out. They're being stupid. The speed at which he could clear a rank C dungeon, the publicity value of a reawakened hunter, and the calmness he was displaying in the current situation, etc. No matter which side it was, there was no need to test this man out at all. There's no way that they have offered anything good, since they wouldn't have figured out what his true worth is. That was why An Song-min was confident of doubling whatever terms Yujin offered this man. No, he was confident of offering something even better. However, Jin-woo's stare became even colder. How did you know? Pardon me? Being on the receiving end of a reaction utterly contrary to his expectations, An Song-min ended up stuttering slightly, which was quite unbecoming of an experienced headhunter working for a large guild. How'd you find out about me? If Song Jin-woo's voice actually had any physical weight, then that sentence would have crushed him to death, thought An Song-min. What is this? This incredible pressure. It was almost as if the other party was considering him as an enemy. Well, it was true that he had Jin-woo followed and one-sidedly demanded to meet like this. From Jin-woo's perspective, it would be perfectly reasonable to consider An Song-min as his enemy. An Song-min hurriedly explained himself. It wasn't our original intention to pry into your private affairs. We received information that someone was clearing rank C dungeons in our district at an alarming rate. So we were investigating that. And that led us to find out about you, Song Jin-woo Hunternim. Jin-woo retracted his gaze. So that's what happened. Contrary to his thoughts, the other side didn't seem to have begun their investigation while knowing that something didn't add up about him. Simply by clearing dungeons far too quickly, he ended up being noticed instead. And he doesn't seem to be carrying any hostile intentions either. Jin-woo's expression softened slightly. And as a result, the taut tension between the two men eased a little. Phew woo. An Song-min patted his chest down. Their conversation still hadn't advanced forward, though. From here onwards, he had to get on Song Jin-woo's good books. And nothing's better than the sharing of privileged information to get on someone's good books. An Song-min was the specialist when it came to scouting after all. He quickly wiped the flustered expression off his face and formed a smile instead. Although it is a top secret, we know that the chairman Yu Myung-hwan is planning to establish a guild of his own. Jin-woo neither denied it or confirmed it. So On Song-min continued on. And that's how we were able to figure it out when that person's son, Mr. Eugene Ho, made contact with you, Song Jinwoo Hunter Nim. And that is, they wish to bring you, a reawakened hunter, into their new guild. Indeed, On Song-min thought that Jinwoo was a reawakened. Well, I'm relieved that you think that way. Jinwoo wouldn't need to cook up another story here. In other words, On Song-min quickly carried on. I thought that we need to talk to you before you signed up with Eugene, and that's the only reason for my one-sided attempt to get in touch with you. Allow me to apologize once more if you've been greatly inconvenienced. It's fine. Unless the other party approached him with evil intentions, there was no reason for Jinwoo to get angry, especially when On Song-min was apologizing this earnestly. Besides, what's more important here is that, indeed, how should he go about dealing with this now? While Jinwoo pondered on what he should do here, On Song-min took the initiative and asked a question. Have you finished negotiating with Eugene Construction already? He must have thought like this because Jinwoo was hesitating slightly with his replies. Jinwoo shook his head. On Song-min's expression immediately reverted from one that displayed a hint of anxiety to a blooming smile. Yes, that means he's still a free agent. This was the perfect chance to catch the talented hunter who could solo a rank C dungeon in 30 minutes. To be more specific, a rank D hunter also accompanied him, but to someone who possessed abilities exceeding a rank B, such a person would no longer provide any help but would only serve as a luggage carrier instead. If Song Jinwoo enters the White Tiger and is ranked A after his reassignment test, then an even bigger smile threatened to break out of his face. So On Song-min was having a hard time trying to regulate his expressions. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was slowly scratching his chin. This guy, why does it feel like he's counting his chickens way before they hatch? Well, truthfully speaking, a guild like White Tiger was not a bad choice. Not only was it one of the top 5, but it also possessed enough potential to aim for the #1 spot. However, Jinwoo wasn't planning to enter a guild anytime soon, because the higher my level is, the better the treatment I get. Also, even though it might be a story in the distant future, or maybe even something completely improbable, but just like how I've been clearing the rank C dungeons, what if I can clear rank B in a dungeon solo? The profit earned from high-ranked dungeons exceeded one's imaginations. They were the sole reason why large guilds could grow powerful enough to rival many large corporations now. Expensive magic crystals, corpses of the monsters, rare materials from the dungeons themselves, and even things like rune stones and other artifacts, too. An astronomical amount of money changed hands every day. He could potentially hog them all for himself. So is there a reason for him to share them with a guild? As long as this level up thing doesn't stop, it's not an impossible dream. So, at this point in time, entering a guild was way too premature. The corners of Jinwoo's lips slowly arched up. On Song-min thought that was a sign of an incoming positive answer, and smiled along as well. Have you made up your mind? You promised to double the amount offered. Yes? Yes, that's correct. If you find my offer not to your liking, then am prepared to offer you more. In that case, how much is the building the White Tiger calls home? On Song-min's face froze for a second there. Is he questioning the financial muscle of the White Tiger? But there was no need to get worked up here. Indeed, this was a great opportunity to advertise his guild. There was nothing to hide, and absolutely no reason why he couldn't talk either. This was for the better, he thought. The estimated price is around 50 billion won. Also, although there are different businesses using the building aside from us, it still belongs to the White Tiger Guild. TL, around $45 million. On Song-min proudly spoke. In the beginning, the guild was renting some space in that building. But once they stabilized and found their footing, they simply bought it outright. It took only 1 year to do so, too. It was one of the easiest ways to learn just how much large guilds made in a year. If the other side wanted, On Song-min was willing to disclose the annual profit and the overall revenue, too. But then, after hearing a single sentence uttered by Jinwoo, he became completely speechless. Can you hand over that building to me, then? I beg your pardon? On Song-min's eyes opened up real wide. He doubted his own hearing, so he asked back. See, can you explain what you mean by that? Jinwoo calmly explained himself. You see, Eugen has promised to hand over a building worth around 30 billion won. If the White Tiger's building is indeed around 50 billion, well, it's not exactly the double the price, but I can overlook such things. T 30 billion? On Songmin couldn't close his slack jaw. Song Jin-woo's career spanned 4 years. However, most of those were spent as a rank E, and it hadn't been long since he got noticed by someone. In other words, he must have gone through his reawakening process not too long ago. Yet, just how incredible was his ability that someone like Yu Myung-hwan, famous for his wily business smarts, promised the huge amount of 30 billion won? Not only that, even before Song Jin-woo had gone through with the reassignment test, too. Wait, could he be lying here? Because I won't be able to confirm if this is true or not. On Songmin narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious. As if he had read on Songmin's thoughts, Jin-woo pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Ring, ring, click. Yes, Hyungnim. It was in the evenings, and the interior of the cafe was quiet. Still, Jin-woo put the phone on speaker and raised the volume to the maximum. Hey, Jin-ho, I wanted to ask you about something. Please ask anything, Hyungnim. Jin-ho? Was this you, Jin-ho? V/backslash ISSDN 0V L/B N / for the B/est novel reading expiry /N/C. On Songmin nervously swallowed his saliva. Could he be thinking of telling you, Jin-ho, what we've been discussing just now? Too bad. On Songmin's expectation was a bit off the mark. Jin-woo spoke about something else. That building you wanted to give to me, how much did you say it was? Well, the appraised value is around 30 billion won. But once it's finished and our guild starts occupying it, the value should rise up even higher, Hyungnim. All right, if you need those signed documents, should I fax them to you? Hold on. Jin-woo covered the mouthpiece of the phone with his hand and asked on Songmin. If you still can't believe it, why don't you speak to him personally? On Songmin wiped the cold sweat forming on his forehead and shook his head. Hey, Jin-ho, it's fine. Thanks. I'm hanging up now. Okay, Hyungnim. See you later. After ending the call, Jin-woo noticed that the look on Songmin's face had changed completely now. Indeed, on Songmin's eyes were trembling nonstop. Even before their guild is established, Eugen has promised 30 billion as the contract signing fee. And then, the second son of chairman, Yu Myung-hwan, continues to use honorifics, too. On Songmin was now deeply mired in uncertainty and confusion. That is, I should say that such a big amount is, well, beyond my ability to. If you just give me some time, I can speak to the higher-ups in the guild and then. Jin-woo abruptly cut him off. In that case, our discussion ends here. On Songmin became speechless. His head drooped slightly, as his head was quickly filled with the reason for this failure. In the end, we simply didn't have enough information. Being too hasty brought about this failure. After he picked up on the scent of this huge jackpot, he got too excited and forgot to move in a more cautious and prepared manner. If he had learned of what Eugen's offer was like, get the full backing of his guild and go about his business step by step, then, for now, I need to report this to the guildmaster. If he was a hunter that Chairman Yu Myung-hwan was willing to put forward 30 billion, then perhaps his value could be over 50 billion, no, 100 billion, instead. It was not too late. If I get the promise of the guild's full backing, dig out all the information on Song Jin-woo, and come out swinging even harder then. It was at this point that Jin-woo's voice could be heard. I want to ask you about something. On Songmin raised his head. Jin-woo was no longer smiling. The weather had warmed up nicely with a hint of spring nowadays, yet for some reason, the surrounding air felt chillier than usual. Gulp. Just as on Songmin swallowed some dry saliva, Jin-woo asked him a question with a low, heavy voice. How many people know about me? It's only me for the time being. I was too anxious to scout you, so I didn't even stop to report to my superiors yet. Actually, there was one more person. Hyun Ki-chul, his subordinate but also his right-hand man. On Songmin concealed the presence of Hyun Ki-chul for the time being. He was worried that Jin-woo might get real unhappy if he learned that there were two people instead of one. However, Jin-woo's voice became even colder and threatening than before. For the sake of trust, Let's not lie to each other, shall we? On Songmin began panicking visibly now. What is this? Did he obtain some information on us before coming here? If that were the case, then things might get worse if he continued to argue that he was the only one. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. I gotta be honest here. The relationship between a hunter and a guild was pretty similar to that of an entertainer and the talent agency. They might not be able to sign a contract right now, but by maintaining a good relationship, anything could happen in the future. At the bare minimum, he should not cause friction with another hunter. That was one of the ironclad rules of the second division. On Songmin quickly opened his mouth. Actually, one of my subordinates also knows about this matter. I'm telling you the honest truth. Jin Wu nodded his head. Indeed, it was as he suspected. All these things, there were too many for one person to handle investigating him, observing him, and calling him too. Most importantly, what made Jin Wu sure of this fact was the timing of the phone call. As soon as he was near his place, On Songmin called him with such excellent timing. Meaning, someone was waiting near my home and called him as soon as I showed up. This man wanted to meet Jin Wu as soon as possible, but it'd be bad if Jin Ho found out in the process, after all. Still, it's not the whole White Tiger Guild. He could tell from that earlier reaction back when he was talking about 50 billion won. On Songmin was so openly flustered when an amount of money he couldn't handle was brought up. If he was being ordered around by the upper management, then had at least tried giving them a call after hearing that amount. Didn't matter whether that amount was even feasible or not. That was why Jin Wu suspected that a small team consisting of 2, maybe 3 people were involved here, and lo and behold, the person in charge confessed to it being only 2. What a relief. Jin Wu definitely didn't want to complicate the matter any further than necessary. 2 people were within his ability to control. If he left them alone like this, no doubt they would continue to harass him down the line. That was why there was a definite need to warn the other party, back off him for good. Jin Wu opened his mouth. Actually, I also refused Eugen's offers. Jin Wu's explosive, unexpected revelation. On Songmin was even more shocked than before. Pardon me, it was right at this moment, Jin Wu suddenly vanished from the spot. What? On Songmin hurriedly stood up from his chair. He quickly scanned the interior of the cafe, but couldn't spot Jin Wu anywhere. What was that? Could he have moved faster than the eye can see? On Songmin was too flustered and realized that someone had grabbed his shoulder from the side, quite belatedly. Heek! All the hair on his back stood up at once. Don't turn around. A cold voice came from his side. Jin Wu, who had been sitting across him until then, had vanished without making a sound and was now standing right next to him, still not visible to the naked eye. Stealth? Cold sweat drops formed on Songmin's forehead. Could he be angry at me? Hunters were, in general, monsters. He knew this well, because he got to observe them from a close vantage point every single day. That was why he was always super respectful towards them. Did me spying on him and following him around cause an issue here? Should I have requested protection from the guild before coming here? No. Hang on. No one knows what his ranking is, so how can I request protection then? His thoughts became messy and his heart pounded relentlessly. Even the sound of him swallowing his saliva echoed around too loudly in his ears. Jin Wu spoke, almost in a hushed whisper. Sit down slowly. I don't want to scare you. On Songmin slowly nodded his head. But you're plenty scary enough already. He then slowly sat back down on his chair. Jin Wu revealed himself and settled down right next to him. Right? Jin Wu's words of not wanting to scare On Songmin sounded about right. His eyes, when he said he wanted to ask something, were cold enough to chill the surrounding air. If On Songmin had to stare into those eyes while listening to Jin Wu's words, then he might have experienced what his heart falling to the pit of his stomach felt like. You're being considerate towards me. Is that it? Of course, he couldn't get the thoughts of Jin Wu being a very scary guy out of his head. In the meantime, Jin Wu opened his mouth. The reason why I refused Eugen's offers is simple. I'm not planning to join any guilds at the moment. 2 men conversed while staring forward, never locking their eyes once. So that's how it was. Also, Jin Wu took a second before continuing on. I don't want to see the number of people who know about me increase. What he wanted to hear was rather simple. He didn't want to join a guild, and he didn't want anyone talking about him. On Song-min quickly understood those points. However, there was one thing he was still curious about. Then, why are you still being accompanied by Mr. Eugene Ho? He's helping me out on some personal matters. He's the only one who knows about my reawakening. Also, I believe he's a friend that I can trust. That's why I asked him for a favor. And so, Jin Woo's voice became heavier still. So, if I start hearing things about me, can I assume that it came from you, Chief on Sang-min, or your subordinate? It'd been a while since Jin Woo stopped grabbing his shoulder. Yet on Song-min felt like he was being crushed by the younger man's words. He's not putting on airs, either. Why did he feel this way? On Song-min was so sure of the fact that Jin Woo was fully capable of harming him. My gut instinct when evaluating people is almost always right. Jin Woo survived several devastating, horrifying incidents. Wasn't there a saying about burying the matters of the dungeon inside a dungeon? No one knew just what kind of things Jin Woo did inside those dungeons. On top of that, this man possesses the stealth skill too. Dealing with the stealth skill was incredibly tough. If the skill holder decided to commit a crime, he'd be able to off anyone without so much as leaving behind a single clue. Things like CCTV, security guards, and alarm system would all become utterly useless against such a person. A thick strand of cold sweat rolled down the side of On Song-min's forehead. Who knew he could use stealth? Excellent abilities, and even a rare skill, too. It was not for nothing that Eugen came up with an offer of 30 billion. They aren't ones to start a losing business deal. Indeed. Thump, thump. On Song-min's heart continued to beat in excitement, even though he was trembling in fear. His lips parted with great difficulty. Independent Illinois never talk about this matter ever again. They'll make sure that Kichi'll know. My subordinate will keep his mouth shut as well. Keeping everything hush-hush was something On Song-min also wanted too. Heck, he probably would have requested it himself first. An excellent hunter not affiliated with anyone. There was no reason to increase the competition by spreading the rumor around. Nor did On Song-min want to share the glory and recognition by telling other people, either. Honestly, though, the biggest reason being I'm too scared of him and don't want him as my enemy. He'll trust you, Chief On. With those words, the presence beside On Song-min disappeared completely. He quickly took a look around. It was as if On Song-min fell out of a different dimension, since the atmosphere inside the cafe was rather serene. On Song-min remained speechless. He could only pat his pounding chest down. It was here that Hyun Ki-cheol ran into the cafe. Had been staring at the two men through the window from the outside, and as soon as Jin Woo completely disappeared from the view, hurriedly entered the cafe to check up on his superior officer. Chief, On Song-min's complexion was poor. Hyun Ki-cheol asked, his voice full of worry. What happened? Did it not work out with Song Jin Woo? On Song-min's trembling hands managed to pull out a cigarette. While sliding it between his lips, he made his reply. Hey, Kichiola, I think we just ran into a far bigger jackpot than our initial estimates. He definitely had to scout that man. That was the only line of thought in his head. Thankfully, there was still a chance. It was then Hyun Ki-cheol lightly grasped On Song-min's wrist. Pardon me, Chief. On Song-min raised his head just before he could light the cigarette up. Yeah? Hyun Ki-cheol took a look around, then cautiously whispered. This is a no-smoking zone. On Song-min slowly crushed the cigarette. You dumba asterisk guess. As soon as he got home, Jin Woo summoned his status window. Tiering. Name, Song Jin Woo. Level, 39. Class, none. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 7,220. MP, 683. Tiredness, 0. Stats, Strength, 97. Stamina, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 51. Perception, 81. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV Max. Tenacity LV1. High-grade dagger technique LV1. Active skills. Dash LV2. Intimidation LV1. Vital points targeting LV1. Stealth LV1. Equipped items. Gatekeeper's necklace A. Well, no wonder people are beginning to notice me. From 27 to 39, his level had jumped up by 12. This would be the first time that his level saw such an explosive rise since he entered the Hapjong Instant Dungeon back when he was still a level 1. He came out of there as level 17. Back then, his level was low, so the leveling speed was high. But now that wasn't strictly true. This just went to show how many dungeons he cleared in a short space of time. It's been 4 days since I started clearing dungeons with Eugene Ho, and we conquered 9 of them in only 4 days. Not only that, they were 9 C-ranked dungeons, too. Rank C dungeons were the highest difficulty a freelancer team could clear on their own. What a crazy clearing speed this was. This was the worst possible situation, a catastrophe, for other hunters found in this area that needed rank C dungeons to make a living. Eugene Ho, the only witness to the proceedings, was getting more and more astonished by how faster Jin Woo was clearing each dungeon. While the higher his level was, the easier it got to clear a dungeon. After all, 9 dungeons cleared in 12 level ups. Clearing 1 dungeon was almost as good as leveling up more than once. And he still had 10 more raids to go. By the time he finished all 19 raids, as he had agreed with Eugene Ho, his level should shoot past 45. He won against a rank B hunter back when his level was in the mid-20s. He couldn't even begin to fathom just how strong he was now. My heart is beating really fast. Jin Woo placed his hand on his chest, near his heart. He sensed it pounding real fast in excitement. Thump, thump. The sensation of getting stronger every day was one heck of an enjoyable ride. He would have never imagined such a thing happening to him in the past. Things like entering the gates and clearing the dungeons would be this much fun. Well, I can sense myself getting stronger all the time, after all. As his level went up, as his stat values rose up, he could directly feel how much he had changed through hunting monsters. Hunting monsters, is it? He felt like a real hunter now. The word hunting no longer sounded like a foreign concept to him. Wasn't there a certain saying that when something like finding the next place to hunt is just as important to a hunter as the moment he hunts? TL. Again, hunter with a lowercase h. It's the literal hunter, not monster hunting hunters. His next goal was already set. The demonic castle dungeon. He was a level 21 back then, wasn't he? He had grown by nearly 20 levels since the day he first set foot in that mysterious tower-like dungeon. He thought that perhaps now, he was ready to tackle that place once more. However, just from recalling that gatekeeper monster, Cerberus, he grew very cautious about taking another step in that place. What if some crazy monsters that I can't handle jump out in droves as soon as I enter? Goosebumps broke out all over his skin. If he could get away from there using the stealth skill, that would be great, but still, he had to consider the possibility of failing to do so. Even if he got lucky 10 times, just a single mistake could cost him his life. That was the life of a hunter. So, he needed to be sure. He needed to be sure of being strong enough to handle a group of monsters as strong as Cerberus. Cerberus' name was in red letters, right? He now knew that the difficulty of killing a monster was reflected in the color of its name. With the exception of the demonic castle, he had yet to run into a monster with a red name. The instant dungeons had been to with the random box keys were all populated with low-ranked monsters most of the time. It was the same story with the Myri department store, too. But what was going on here? What is this? When he thought that he hadn't encountered a single monster with a red name besides the one in the demonic castle, he kind of felt like he overlooked something just now. It was as if he had forgotten something crucial. Does this mean I have run into other red name monsters besides the Cerberus? But how could that be? He fought the Cerberus when he was level 21 and nearly died. So, if he fought another one before that, then he should have been pushed to the brink of death too. A loud gasp leaked out from his mouth. Indeed, there was one event where he did run into red name monsters and almost died. The penalty quest. The centipedes he saw back in that nameless desert all had red names. Poison-fanged, giant desert centipede. It'd been a while ago, and he ran into them rather unexpectedly, so his mind was not really thinking of them as monsters at this point. That was why it took some time for him to remember. If I can kill those centipedes with ease, then he'd be sure of conquering the demon's castle as well. Since there was more than one centipede there, he should be able to find out whether it was okay for him to fight against many at the same time, too. The obvious issue was how to go back to that place. Is there no other way besides not doing the daily quest? The amount of stat points he got as rewards was the same regardless of it being a penalty quest or a daily quest, which meant that he wouldn't lose out too much at the end of the day. Let's go to the penalty zone tomorrow. To think, he'd deliberately not do the daily quest just so he could enter the penalty zone. It was a rather funny thing when he thought about how close to death he was the first time he ran into those centipedes. I wonder, will they give me experience points and loot when I kill them? A smile automatically spread on his lips. It was then. Jin Woo's senses picked up on the presence of a person climbing out from the elevator, stopping at the end of the hallway, followed by the light footsteps of a female. He was well familiar with them. It's Gina. Currently, it was 11 p.m., about the time his little sister came home. Jin Woo got up from his seat and headed to the door before Gina could rummage through her pockets to find her keys. Click. Oh, Gina playfully exclaimed out in admiration. She used to get so surprised every time he opened the door without a warning, but now she didn't even pretend to get shocked anymore. Well, a human was supposed to be a very adaptable creature, and here was the irrefutable proof. I'm home. Welcome back. Gina greeted him with a bright smile and trotted to her room. Jin Woo closed the door and locked it before turning around to hear. Appa. Gina peeked her head out from the doorway to her room. Do you have free time this week? What's up? My homeroom teacher is doing one of those parent-teacher meeting things. If you can't make it, well, it's fine too. Gina looked kind of anxious, as if her homeroom teacher had asked her nicely or some such. The parent-teacher meeting? Huh. Gina was already a high school senior, meaning that school life should be getting pretty hectic right now. Jin Woo had half a mind to come up with an excuse and say he didn't have time to go, but what an unfortunate timing this was. There was this one day where he had nothing scheduled. D*MNU, Eugene Ho. Utterly useless. Jin Woo deliberated for a while before answering her. Thursday. Really? Thanks, Appa. Jean H's expression brightened up in an instant. She looked as if she'd run to him for a bear hug. So Jin Woo hurriedly waved his hand around. Che. Gina glared cutely at him and closed the door behind her. Soon, a soft groan escaped from Jin Woo's mouth. Phew. From going on raids without a break to visiting the penalty zone, and now a parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow, too. It seemed that the rest of his week would remain quite busy. Part 8. Class Change Quest. Jin Woo left home early in the morning. His schedule for the day was packed, to say the least. Eugene Ho had booked 4 gates for the day, thinking that they should do tomorrow's quota today instead. Well, if we consider the speed of clearing a dungeon, it'd not be too hard to clear 4 or 5 dungeons in a single day. Of course, it was pretty rare to see that many rank C gates opening up at the same time in the same district. So, they were rather fortunate today. With light, airy steps, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. However, he couldn't spot Eugene Ho's van waiting for him in the usual spot, the front of the entrance. Also, Jin Woo sensed a suspicious presence as well. TSK. He might have dismissed it offhand were it not for the events of the night before. So, he wasn't going to overlook this. And I clearly warned him to. Jin Woo immediately discovered a man in a business suit hiding around the corner of the building. The man was busy looking into his watch and didn't seem to have sensed Jin Woo's approach. Jin Woo addressed the man right in front of his nose. Excuse me. The man flinched grandly and jumped up really high. Co-sung, Jin Woo hunted him. He looked like he'd seen a ghost or something. Well, I hid my presence for that purpose anyway. Jin Woo tooted inwardly and spoke up. You're from the White Tiger Guild, yes? Pardon me? Ah, yes, I am. My name is Hyun Ki-cheol from the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild. The chief calling himself on Songmin, or some such, said last night that he was working with a subordinate, and this guy must have been him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hunter Nim. Hyun Ki-cheol studied Jin Woo's mood while cautiously extending his right hand. It seemed like that he wanted a handshake, but obviously Jin Woo wasn't interested. When Jin Woo simply glared at the man without saying anything, Hyun Ki-cheol withdrew his hand with a slightly reddened face. Didn't I clearly say last night that I'm not planning to join any guild for the time being? Hyun Ki-cheol hurriedly waved his hand around. Oh no, I'm not here because of that. He then presented a tumbler held in his other hand. What's this? Jin-woo asked while studying the colorful liquid contained within the semi-transparent tumbler. Hyun Ki-cheol pushed his chest forward and proudly spoke. It's vegetable juice. I prepared it personally, so you don't have to worry about its quality. Hyun Ki-cheol's hand continued to push the tumbler forward. Jin-woo had no choice but to accept the tumbler and asked again. So, have you been waiting since the early dawn just to give me this juice? Yes. Well, even if you're a hunter, you should still look after your health, you know? Jin-woo's puzzlement over why would the White Tiger Guild be worried about his health lasted only for a couple of seconds. Because Hyun Ki-cheol bowed his head deeply and with a bright smile, quickly walked away. See you again another time, Hunter Nim. Jin-woo slowly shook the tumbler at Hyun Ki-cheol as the latter waved his hand. What a funny guy. After Hyun Ki-cheol had disappeared from the view, Jin-woo looked at the tumbler. He once heard stories about a certain insurance king who gave out bottles of yogurt to his customers and bought their goodwill that way. But well, that man Hyun Ki-cheol should be the very first guild employee ever to personally make veggie juice and deliver it. Well, I did accept it, so I can't even throw it away now, can I? That man wouldn't have been stupid enough to try it, but if he did pour some kind of poison in the juice, Jin-woo's detox buff should take care of that, so no worries there. Should he at least give it a go and have a taste then? Slurp. He used a straw stuck in the tumbler and took a long sip before his eyes opened wider. Hey, it's tasty. It was here that he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Hyungnim. He turned around to see Jin-ho walking towards him. Jin-ho still had that bright face as usual, but he was also pointing in the direction where Hyun Ki-cheol disappeared to with his chin. Hyungnim, who was that just now? Had been standing here for a while, you know? Jin-woo's reply was pretty simple. An insurance salesman. Uh-huh. Being a positive-minded guy, Jin-ho accepted that explanation right away. Jin-woo looked around the vicinity and asked, Where's your van? If he saw Hyun Ki-cheol standing here, that meant Jin-ho had arrived quite a while ago, too. But strangely enough, the kid's favorite van was nowhere to be seen. I parked it way over there, Hyungnim. But why? Well, you know there's been a series of unsolved homicides taking place around these parts, yes? I'm not from around here, and people were beginning to suspect me and stuff, so Jin-woo nodded his head. Those murders were brought up frequently on the local news lately. The victims were mostly young women. There had been 2 murders this month already. And then there was an unknown black van parked right out in front of the apartment building. Of course, the residents would become fearful and anxious. Slurp, slurp. It was here that the veggie juice was finally finished. Jin-woo lightly shook around the empty tumbler before walking towards where the van was supposedly parked. Let's go. Okay, Hyungnim. Lizardmen came out in this dungeon. As their name indicated, they were literally bipedal lizards. They walked on 2 legs, wielded weapons, and even resorted to flinging around magic attacks, too. The number of lizardman mages was low, though. However, they were rather cumbersome to deal with in return. For instance, 2 balls of flames erupted near the tips of the lizardman mage's hands. Magic? When Jin-woo tried to get closer, the 2 lizardmen protecting the mage stabbed their spears at him. Indeed, what quick reflexes befitting reptiles. Jin-woo jumped rearward and barely missed the spear tips. Right away, the balls of flame flew at him. Swish dash. Swoosh. Hyungnim, watch out. Jin-ho cried out from his position a lot of distance away. Quablum. Along with a huge explosion, the narrow, cavern-like dungeon shook around noticeably. The choking smoke filled up the interior of the dungeon. Cough, cough. Jin-ho covered his nose with the back of his wrist and loudly coughed out. However, he was far more worried about Jin-woo at the moment. The firepower of the Lizardman mage was that strong. Fortunately, Jin-woo rapidly emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, meaning there was no need to worry in the first place. Jin-ho inwardly exclaimed out in admiration. As expected of Hyungnim, Jin-woo was able to evade the attacks of the Lizardmen, reputedly the hardest monsters to deal with in dungeons ranked C, without getting a single hair disturbed. Not only that, from a mage too. From Yu Jinho's perspective, it was as if Jin Woo was getting faster every day. I must be imagining things, right? Meanwhile, Jin Woo spat out pieces of rubble that somehow found their way inside his mouth. Tui. The color of his saliva landing on the ground was black. These be asterisk starts. He became really P asterisk set off by the fact that he had to breathe in unhealthy smoke because of a lone lizard and its cheap tricks. And his dissatisfaction could be seen clearly in his expression. Jin Woo was frowning deeply now. You've used skill, intimidation. His angrily glaring eyes shot out powerful murderous intent. Effect: fear has been activated. All stats of the targets will be reduced by 50% for 1 minute. The lizard men began panicking grandly after being exposed to his powerful murderous intent. Kururika? Jin Woo didn't miss this chance and threw the poison fang of Kasaka with everything he had. The dagger flew in a dead straight line and splendidly pierced the forehead of one of the lizard spearmen. Stab! The speed of Jin Woo's flying dagger was too fast for a weakened monster to evade. Sururika! The remaining spearman roared out in anger after witnessing the death of its comrade. However, Jin Woo was no longer standing where the creature's spear was pointing at. Surikanika! The lizardman mage cried out nervously. When the mage repeated the same words as before, the spearman turned around to face the mage and roared out. Suruka! The spearman bared its fangs and approached the mage in a threatening manner. However, the mage didn't back down either. Suruake! It happened then. Kak! Suddenly, the spearman's chest burst open. The mage's face was now covered in blood. It cried out in alarm and hurriedly took several steps back. Suruak? The stealth slowly came undone, and the spear stabbing through the chest of the lizard spearman revealed itself. The man holding that spear was, of course, Jin Woo. When he let go of the shaft, both the spear and the lizard man that got skewered by it crashed to the ground simultaneously. Thud! In the meantime, Jin Woo rapidly recovered his poison fang of Kasaka from the head of the other lizard spearman. Surui Eric! Red beams of light appeared again in the hands of the lizard man mage. However, Jin Woo didn't give it time to complete its actions. Dash! The distance between Jin Woo and the mage disappeared in an instant. The mage's repulsive-looking reptilian eyes grew really wide. Pushuhi! Jin Woo ducked and avoided the flames erupting out from a mage, slid to the monster's rear, and stabbed his dagger near the target's spinal area. Vital points targeting. Stab! The mage cried out in pain. Kayahak! But when Jin Woo stabbed again, the following scream wasn't as lengthy as the previous one. Kak! The lizardman mage spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed forward. Plop! Jin Woo inwardly punched the air. No matter who judged it, that was an excellent victory for sure. Very nice. And as if to congratulate him on his victory, he could hear the system's crisp mechanical beep ring inside his head. TT ring. Level up. Player has reached the required level. A strange message followed right after the familiar one. Required level? Having only heard this simple message, he couldn't figure out what was going on here. But by the time the following mechanical beep rang, Jin Woo ended up expending a huge amount of willpower just to calm his heart that beat so hard to the point of causing him pain. Tiering. Class Change Quest is now available. Will you take on a Class Change Quest now? Y/N. See Class Change Quest. He was so focused on raising his levels and his stats that he had been forgetting all about a certain column in his status window. Name: Song Jin Woo. Level 40. Class: None. Indeed, that was the third column in his status window, the class. And now, he was given an opportunity to replace that none with another word. Had be given a class. In most video games, a character would receive many benefits after getting a class. It'd be no different with the system, since it operated almost the same as a game. Thump, thump. His heart was beating harder and faster now. When he realized that he'd be one step closer to the goal of being strong after going through with his quest, he simply could not calm himself down anymore. Yes and no continued to flicker in front of his eyes. Of course I would. What kind of an idiot would refuse such an opportunity? Jinwoo was about to choose yes and take on the quest to change his class. However, he stopped almost instinctively. No, hang on a sec. Who knew just what kind of a quest might show up here? Following right after the notice from his instincts, the warning bells from his brain rang true and clear inside his head. Him inside a dungeon. A dungeon was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even though he was fully accustomed to the rank C dungeons by now, a dungeon was still a dungeon after all. There was no reason for him to increase the risk even more. Besides, Yu Jinho was standing next to him as well. It wasn't as if he didn't trust the kid. No. Still, he didn't have any particular reason to let the kid in on the existence of the system or explain the weird phenomenon that might occur when he changed his class. Things would get too complicated in this way. And also, the content of the quest might end up hurting Yu Jinho, too. What if strong monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air? Well, that would be more preferable, actually, because he'd only have to kill those monsters and that would be the end. But a quest asking for something more than that could show up. For instance, something similar to those 2 emergency quests he had to complete in the past. Yeah, the goal of the quest could be to eliminate the nearest hunters. It was a distinct possibility. Sure, it was nothing but speculation at this point in time, but still possessing an excellent sense of timing. Yu Jinho walked over and called out to him. Hyungnim. The magic the Lizardman mage flung about must have landed pretty close to him, because he was covered from top to bottom in dust. Just how did you do that? Disappearing and reappearing again? Did you have a skill like that before? Yu Jinho's eyes sparkled brightly as he spoke. He looked really pumped up, too. He must have found the rare skill stealth really mystifying or some such. Well, I find your appearance far more mystifying, kid. Instead of a reply, Jinwoo pulled out a handkerchief from his inventory. He got this as a reward from the daily quest. Hyungnim. Jinwoo used that cloth to mercilessly rub Yu Jinho's face. Woof. Foof. The previously white handkerchief was now dyed jet black. Yu Jinho took a look at the fabric and only then realized what the state of his face was like. He embarrassedly retreated to a corner and carefully wiped his face clean. Hey, Jinho? Yes, Hyungnim. Something urgent just came up. Yu Jinho quickly raised his head. Are you planning to leave now? After we finish up here? Okay, understood. Then, they'll cancel our bookings for the remaining gates. Yu Jinho couldn't show it in front of Jinwoo, but he was feeling rather pained about the 3 gates that had been booked by him. My funds are running out quickly, too. Yu Jinho didn't have any method to earn money, so the allowances he got were basically everything he had. He was doing this without his father's knowledge, so the amount of cash he could shift around was limited. If he had to cancel the bookings, then he wouldn't get refunds on the booking fees he paid in advance. It was the same as him throwing money away. So, how could he not feel pained about this? Also, because of this unusual method of clearing gates, he ended up spending more than usual for today's raids. But now, he had to throw away his investment just like that. Yu Jinho's shoulders couldn't help but droop real low, almost instinctively. However, Jinwoo replied with an unmoved expression. Why are you canceling our bookings and wasting money like that? V///I16 L/B/N/ for the B/S novel reading expiry /N/C. Yu Jinho tilted his head. Pardon? If we don't enter a gate within 2 days of booking it, our permit will be automatically rescinded, Hyungnim. Of course, Jinwoo already knew something like that. Leave them to me. They'll sort them out. Did Jinwoo think of a good way to resolve this? Yu Jinho was curious, but at the same time, he felt relieved as well. Inside the headquarters of the White Tiger Guild. Chief On, just what on earth were you thinking? A loud roar reverberated within the offices of the 2nd Division. The owner of that roar was Baek Yun-ho. He was none other than the master of the White Tiger Guild, and its CEO as well. It could never be a good thing if a CEO-level character made his way down to the lower floors to make his ire known to his staff members. How can any of this make sense? How can there be no gates to train our new recruits? Don't you realize that you've delayed the training schedule by 4 days already? All the employees within the 2nd Division lowered their heads. They all looked anxious, wondering if they would also end up in the crosshair. Chief On Song-min, too, lowered his head as Baek Yun-ho continued to point and shout at him. On Song-min wasn't dumb or inexperienced enough to P*SS off his superior officer even further by replying to every little thing being said, in the way Hyun Ki-cheol would have done. In cases like this, keeping his mouth shut was for the best, whether the boss man knew On Song-min's thoughts or not. Baek Yun-ho angrily shook around the report from the 2nd Division that showed up on his desk this morning. You're using this as an excuse. The other team paid far higher bids, so we can't book a single gate? Are you saying our guild lacks enough funds? Or is the other party being supported by a bloody billionaire or something? On Song-min's lips twitched real hard just then, but he endured like a champ and didn't say anything. He made a promise to Jin-woo. After all, if I open my mouth now, I'd end up blabbering about you, Jin-ho and Song Jin-woo. Not knowing the pained inner thoughts of On Song-min, Baek Yun-ho continued to roar at the top of his lungs, loud enough to shake the entire office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200, just book the D*MN gates. Do you understand me? It happened then. Suddenly, On Song-min's phone began ringing loudly. I'm sorry I couldn't answer you earlier. I was meeting a friend, shy. When he sneaked a glance at his phone to confirm who the caller was, On Song-min's eyes grew real wide. Sir, I need to answer this call. The 2nd Division's main role was to recruit new talents, and nothing was more important to them than good timing. And On Song-min was the chief of that 2nd Division. Even if On Song-min had made a big blunder, no matter how angry Baek Yun-ho got, stopping him from answering that call was not a smart thing to do. What are you doing, Chief On? Answer it quickly. Baek Yun-ho consented to it with an unhappy voice. On Song-min bowed his head slightly, asking Baek Yun-ho for his understanding, and he quickly answered the call. Hello, On Song-min from the White Tiger Guild speaking. While On Song-min was answering the call, Baek Yun-ho crossed his arms and waited for it to end. Yes, I understand. If you're waiting for us by the ground floor cafe, I shall go there right away. Yes, see you then. On Song-min ended the call and quickly spoke up. Sir, looks like I'll have to go downstairs for a moment. On Song-min was the ace of the 2nd Division. If such a man was getting ready to rush downstairs with only one phone call, even when he was facing his boss Fury. By any chance, was that call related to scouting someone? Yes, sir. Seeing that confident, assured face of On Song-min, Baek Yun-ho realized that something major was going on here. Chief, On is personally trying to scout this person, which could only mean that the other guy was someone extraordinary, right? Baek Yun-ho's angrily crumpled visage reverted back to a smiling one in an instant. How can I stand in the way of our scouting specialist trying to do his job? Don't worry about the matters up here and do your best downstairs. On Song-min lowered his head again, and then he hurriedly issued an order to Hyun Ki-cheol. Vice Chief Hyun, get the contract documents ready. Yes, Chief. Their preparation was done in the blink of an eye. After the duo hurriedly left the offices, Baek Yun-ho sneaked in a question to a male employee next to him. What's going on here? Just what kind of an assignment could make Chief On roll his sleeves up and jump in personally like this? The male employee sent a pleading look to a female colleague next to him, asking silently for any form of assistance. Unfortunately, even she shook her head. I also don't know, said her eyes. Dang it. The male employee hesitated for a bit before he finally gave in and answered with great difficulty while scratching the back of his head. Well, sir, the thing is, none of us. He expected the boss to throw an almighty hissy fit, but then, quite unexpectedly, the boss didn't say anything else. So, he's involved in something so secretive that he can't even tell his own people. Is that it? Baek Yun-ho slowly rubbed his chin. The person who had contributed a great deal in building up the White Tiger Guild to its current size and power was none other than Chief On Song-min. If someone like that was throwing all his focus on this matter, then, will our Chief On once more reel in a huge fish? A huge smile slowly bloomed on Baek Yun-ho's face. Why the hell is this coffee so bitter? Jin-woo frowned deeply. He was thinking of the vending machine coffee's taste when ordering a cup of espresso at the cafe. But hell, rather than calling this coffee, it was much more fitting to label it as a really bitter traditional medicine, instead. And it cost way too much for what it was. Man, 6,000 can buy me several can coffee, you know? He began wondering just how many sticks of sugar he needed to pour into this bitter beet start in order to make it taste about the same as the canned coffee. But then, cling, the door to the cafe opened, and the duo of On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol rushed inside. Over here, Jin-woo raised his hand. On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol quickly took a sweeping look around the cafe, and when they discovered Jin-woo, their complexions brightened in an instant. Their expressions resembled that of Hung-bu sawing the gourd brought by the swallow. TL. Hung-bu is the main character of an old Korean novel Hung-bu and Nalbu. There is a dedicated page in Wikipedia for this folktale, if you're interested. We honestly didn't expect to see you again so soon. On Song-min greeted like so and sat opposite to Jin-woo, while Hyun Ki-cheol made a quick greeting with a nod and settled down next to his superior officer. Jin-woo also nodded his head lightly as his greeting, the V/backslash assistant 0V L/B in slash for the B/S novel reading expiry /N/C. The old saying would make hay while the sun still shines. So, On Song-min pulled out the contract as soon as settling down. For the terms we can offer you, we can negotiate. His ardent desire to get the contract signed quickly was quite easy to see. Unfortunately for him, Jin-woo cut him off rather decisively. I didn't come here today to talk about signing with you folks. On Song-min's hands froze in mid-action of pulling out the contract. Hyun Ki-cheol also looked quite confused as well. On Song-min asked in a frozen position as if someone had pressed the pause the button. Well then, what brings you to our White Tiger Guild? His expectation had been great, and so was the ensuing disappointment. The biggest find of the year walked into the guild with his own 2 feet, but he refused to sign the contract the moment he clapped his eyes on it. Could he have changed his mind in the meantime? As the duo's confusion grew, Jin-woo calmly spoke to them. I came here to help you too. Pardon me? Excuse me? The reactions of On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol were roughly the same. 2 men exchanged glances before shifting their gaze over to Jin-woo. In a complete contrast to their flustered state, Jin-woo remained utterly calm. I remember you mentioning your troubles regarding the training of your new recruits, because my raid team swept away all the available rank C dungeons in the area. That's correct. Well, we can't really take the newbies to a high-ranked dungeon just because we couldn't book a rank C gate, after all. That's why I'm here today. On Song-min tilted his head slightly. Forgive me, but I can't seem to... Jin-woo thought this was enough of him beating around the bush, so he got to the main topic. I want to sell the raid permits for 3 of the rank C gates my raid team acquired. Hyun Ki-cheol let off a short gasp. The 2 men from the White Tiger Guild finally figured out what Jin-woo really wanted from them. If you really wanted to help us out, then wouldn't it be simpler just to not book gates anymore? Jin-woo shook his head. Unfortunately, I have some matters that require the continued clearing of rank C gates for the time being. Well then, why today? Jin-woo smiled refreshingly. I'm here because I wanted to help you out of your troubles. Should the duo believe those words at their face value? Just before the calculator inside On Song-min's head could start crunching some numbers, Jin-woo continued on with his explanations. Of course, in being considerate only for today, we also can't delay our operations as well. You see, if you miss this chance, I'm pretty sure that it'll only get harder to book rank C gates for the foreseeable future. For some reason, he came across as a host of a home shopping channel alerting his viewers to the looming end of the discount period. On Song-min fell into a dilemma. Gates didn't just appear in and around the capital city only. If they couldn't book one around here, there was an option of going to the countryside and training the rookies there. However, there was a good chance of earning the ire of the local guilds and the raid teams by doing that. That wasn't all either. Doing that would be like giving ammunition to large guilds located in the countryside, like the Shining Star located in Honam or the Night Order in Yeongnam, to ridicule the White Tiger. In other words, his guild could be saddled with the ignoble reputation of a poorly run organization that couldn't even train their rookies in their own backyard. Can we claim that it's an undeserved reputation, even? Because it was clearly true, after all. Whatever the case may be, which rookie would want to join a guild that was being roundly ridiculed by other famous guilds? This was one of the reasons why the guild's public image was really important. Okay, after a lengthy deliberation, On Song-min came to a conclusion. Please sell us the permits. 3 rank C gates should be enough for our needs. How much are you thinking of for all 3 of them? The White Tiger Guild had a really deep pocket. However, nothing good would come out of trying to compare their financial muscle with Eugen Construction's. And, just as importantly, he feared souring the relationship with Jinwoo the most, so had not even tried to compete at the end of the day. But now, Jinwoo was actually volunteering to hand over the gates. So shouldn't this be something to be grateful about? Unfortunately, he couldn't be grateful for the proposed prices, though. 300 million won per gate, so 900 million for all 3. Hyuk. Both On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol spat out pained, shocked gasps at the same time. That's too much. Hyun Ki-cheol tried to interject, but On Song-min quickly stopped him. Something like this also happened the last time they met. Jinwoo ended the talks without an ounce of hesitation once his price couldn't be met. In a way, this was a great opportunity that rolled onto their laps. If they failed to grasp this chance, then either they only get to book a rank C gate a really long time from now, or, in the worst-case scenario, go to the countryside to train their rookies. Well, at least I should try negotiating properly today. Ending the talks this quickly would only leave the bitter taste in his mouth. Still, a gate priced 300 million each was just too expensive. Yu Jinho's bid for the raid permits averaged around 100 million won lately. Asking 3 times that amount was just being too unreasonable. Surely, Jinwoo would know this, too. I'm sure he's thinking of starting at a high enough number and gradually come down. Now that he thought about it, he recalled the words Baek Yunho had said before they left the office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200, just book the D***M gates. Do you understand me? This was the same thing as the CEO giving his consent. Plus, every employee working in the 2nd division heard those words, so Baek Yunho wouldn't be able to pretend his way out of this one, either. On Song-min swallowed his saliva and put up his counteroffer. 300 million is too large an amount even for us, so how about 200 million inches? I accept. Even before On Song-min could finish his sentence, Jinwoo reached out with his right hand. With a slightly dazed face, On Song-min reached out as well and shook the offered hand. This. Are you okay with this? Yes. 200 million won for each rank C gate. Please deposit the money into this bank account. It kind of felt like the situation got resolved way too fast, but well, from On Song-min's perspective, this should count as a fortunate thing indeed. On Song-min lightly shook Jinwoo's hand and bowed his head as well. I'm grateful for this. Thank you. You're being too kind. Jinwoo also formed a bright smile. On Song-min inwardly thought that he'd be able to breathe a little bit easier now. For the time being, he was able to resolve the situation with training the new recruits, and his relationship with Jinwoo had improved ever so slightly as well. Trust is the foundation of all negotiations and dealings, after all. Indeed, just like this, their relationship would evolve for the better bit by bit. Sooner or later, he'd be able to reel in his catch. No one would spit at a smiling face, and no one would pretend to not notice when someone gave you a present. On Song-min inwardly clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood up from his seat first. Now that's been sorted, I should get going. He'll see you around. Oh, and here. Jinwoo handed over a shopping bag containing an empty tumbler to its original owner. Thanks for the drink. I really enjoyed it. I'm happy to hear that you liked it, Mr. Song. With a slightly reddened face, Hyun Ki-cheol accepted the shopping bag. With that, Jinwoo exited from the cafe. After he got to a far enough distance away from On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol, Jinwoo gave Yu Jinho a call. A short bout of poppy music ringtone later. Yu Jinho's clearly excited voice came out from the speaker. Hyung-nim, the money came through. It's really 600 million won. Jinwoo quietly smiled in satisfaction. This transaction was a resounding success. He managed to sell off raid permits at double the price of what they paid for, before they became useless junk. This was a huge profit for them. Yu Jinho asked him in a mystified voice. Hyung-nim, just what did you do? Where did you manage to sell the rank C gate permits? That's my trade secret. Enjoy your break, and see you in 2 days' time. While Eugene Ho was getting flustered on the other side, Jin Woo simply ended the call. Click. Later, on the same day, the 2nd Division's office. Hyun Ki-cheol was urgently seeking out On Song-min. Chief, what's wrong? On Song-min tore his eyes away from his computer monitor. Hyun Ki-cheol pointed to his phone screen with an urgent expression on his face. You go take a look at this, Chief. What's going on now? On Song-min looked at the screen, and his eyes narrowed to a slit. Isn't this? The screen showed the section of the Hunter Association's website that only the hunters had access to. To be more precise, the screen showed the page which notified everyone of where the reported gates were located at, as well as allowing anyone to buy the raid permits for those gates. What's this? Why are there so many rank C dungeons in our district? Not only that, each one is going for less than 10 million won at the moment, as well. No way. On Song-min realized that something was terribly awry here. Eugene Ho's team hasn't booked a single gate for tomorrow. Hearing Hyun Ki-cheol's words, On Song-min immediately recalled what Song Jin-woo told him over the phone. I have some free time on Thursday, and tomorrow was Thursday. Eugene Ho's team had no plans to go on a raid tomorrow. He didn't even know that and bought those permits at a huge premium. Huh. An amused chuckle leaked out from On Song-min's mouth. There were enough hints, but it was too late by the time he had pieced them together. This was his mistake. While he did succeed in cooling the anger of the CEO in the end, so it wasn't all bad. Looks like we've been had, Chief. It was then a text message arrived in On Song-min's phone. Ding dong. It was from Song Jin-woo. With this, we're even now. I will consider your people spying on me as something that never happened. I can't take this fellow lightly, can I? On Song-min inwardly chuckled. If the sole sticking point between Jin-woo and the White Tiger could be resolved in this manner, as implied by the youth, then this wouldn't necessarily be a bad trade for the guild at the end of the day. Their final aim was to scout Jin-woo, after all. Besides, the amount they spent today wasn't all that much anyway. Let's think of it as us investing in Song Jin-woo. It'd be nice if they were able to earn back as much as they have invested, though. On Song-min stopped looking at his phone and with a smile on his face, closed the mailbox. After sending the text, Jin-woo took one more look around his vicinity. There was absolutely no one here. Only the dense forest greeted his searching eyes. In order to make sure he'd get to enjoy a relatively safe quest, he searched for a mountainside with almost no human presence and found the most suitable candidate. The current time was 1744. There shouldn't be any hikers in this in-between hour, plus his current location was an empty spot of land far removed from any hiking trails. Time to get started. Jin-woo accessed his mailbox. Will you take on a class change quest now? Y/N. The message popped up in his view as if it had been patiently waiting for him. Gulp. Jin-woo's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Indeed, it was rather scary not knowing what kind of quest would pop up. However, his anticipation was even greater than his fears. While he was looking for a suitable location to start the quest, he used his phone to search for topics related to changing one's class online. New skills, benefits to one's growth, exclusive weapons reserved for a particular class, connected quests, etc., etc. They were all from video games, sure, but the accepted norm was that changing one's class would result in many benefits. And level 40 was when I could get my class. Of course, it wasn't all good news either. He often spotted ominous-sounding thread titles as he browsed through online forums. I chose the wrong class and now I'm bummed out. Only if I knew, I'd have gone with a different class. King hell. A moment of bad decisions later, I'm quitting my dearest game and returning to the normal society. Should I erase this character and start all over again? Well, these were also related to video games, anyways. He certainly had far less to worry about here, since he only used daggers as his main weapon until now. All the skills he had acquired leaned towards the profession of assassin. Right, I've got dagger techniques and stealth as my skills. Not only that, he invested mainly in raising the stats of strength and agility, so it was kind of hard to imagine getting another class other than assassin. As his thoughts arrived here, Jinwoo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. Shush! This feeling of the hilt falling so perfectly in his hand. Yeah, this for me is the most comfortable. He nodded his head like a wise old sage. While gripping the dagger tightly, Jinwoo shifted his gaze towards the message floating in the air. Well then, now that he was all done with getting ready for any unexpected events, he firmed his resolve and answered the message. Will you take on a class change quest now? Y/N. Yes, I'm taking it on. The moment he thought of taking on the quest, another message popped into his view. Tearing. You are now partaking in the class change quest. A new dungeon will be generated for this quest. Generating a new dungeon? Before he had the chance to interpret what that message was saying, a change took place before him really fast. Warning. A black hole formed right in front of his eyes. That was merely the beginning, too. Warning Wong. The black hole the size of a bean expanded to the size of a coin, then to that of a volleyball, and eventually it grew large enough for a person to walk through. Isn't this? Jinwoo's eyes grew wider. He was expecting to see a new message with the contents of the quest pop up in front of his eyes, but this. What appeared before him was, without a doubt, a gate. To think, a gate would show up here. This one didn't seem any different from the others he was familiar with. Only that, it was a bit smaller than usual. The system sent him a new message, as if to urge him on. Please enter the dungeon through the gate. I need to calm down. Jinwoo quickly collected himself. Right? If he thought about it, there wasn't much of a difference whether he used a key or a gate to enter a dungeon. Indeed, he was simply taken aback just now by the sight of a gate forming artificially like this. Also, this would be his first time seeing a gate form. He always just walked into one that was already there, so when the chain of his thoughts stopped there, a new question popped into his mind. Hang on, can other hunters enter this gate as well? Too bad. He had no method to experiment on this one today. Well, there were no hunters nearby that he could call for assistance, nor did he have anyone who would rush over here because he gave them a call. He momentarily recalled Jinho's face, but slowly shook his head. How will I take care of the aftermath if I called him and something bad happens? It was then, as if to urge him on again, the message blinked. The mechanical beat brought him back to his senses. He slapped his cheeks a couple of times to wake himself up. This is no time to daydream. If he succeeded, then a new class and all the rewards that followed would be his. And if he failed, then he couldn't even tell what might happen to him. So, he needed to focus here. Full. After taking a deep breath, Jinwoo held the poison fang of Kasaka in reverse grip and entered the gate. You have entered the dungeon. He entered in a state of taut tension, but to his surprise, there was nothing here. He was greeted by the sight of an ordinary cave-like dungeon. Isn't this exactly the same as the others? He heard that high-ranking dungeons were often linked to other worlds, so he was kind of worried about such a thing happening to him. But thankfully, he was spared from that. Instead, a strange message popped up into his view. The current location forbids the usage of potions as well as the functions of the store, and your physical state will not recover even if you level up. Jinwoo confirmed that there was no presence of monsters nearby and put away his dagger. Then his head began tilting this way and that. This isn't going to be easy, is it? Maybe because his class change was up for grabs, there were quite a few restrictions here to contend with. The most important one was that he couldn't replenish his spent energy or stamina, and couldn't heal himself using potions or level-ups. The damage will stack, in other words. If he got injured, then that would spell his doom. Since he couldn't heal himself, he had no choice but to be thorough and cautious with every action he took. Meaning, I gotta keep my wits about me. Jinwoo closed the message, and as he'd do every time when entering a dungeon, he confirmed the presence of the exit. You can't leave until the class change process has been concluded. A message popped up as soon as he touched the surface of the gate. He put some strength behind his hand, but it didn't even budge. Jinwoo retracted his hand. The exit is blocked off. An unknown grade, impossible to heal himself, and no exit. This dungeon was a pretty risky proposition. Even a hunter with balls of steel wouldn't want to tread in a place like this one. However, high risk doesn't always equate to bad things, does it? Indeed, the higher the risk, the the higher the reward. He learned that through experience. If clearing this place was difficult because of all the restrictions, then didn't that also mean there was an amazing opportunity waiting for him at the end? There was only one way to find out. Only once I get there. Jin Woo took his first step forward. His eyes gazed far forward, and all he could see was the cavern-like passageway with seemingly no end. And there were no monsters nearby. Wait, since this is still within the system's influence, should I call them monsters and not monsters? TL. Well, sorry about this line. The author had been using the Hanja word for monsters to describe those found in the regular gates/dungeons, while using the Romanist English word monster to describe those found in instant dungeons. They mean the same thing, obviously, but well, wordplay and all that, even though they both meant the same thing. In any case, that wasn't the only difference to consider. There were lit torches lining up at a fixed interval along the cavern walls as well. Instead of luminous stones, I got torches, Unfortunately, the light from the torches was not an effective source of illumination. No matter how many there were, they were still not enough to light up the entire passageway. So, there were plenty of hidden shadows. With the deafening silence being accompanied by the gloomy shadows, this place came off far more eerie and ominous than a regular dungeon. I could see no problem, but still, should he say it's down to the atmosphere of this place? Jin Woo pulled out the nearest torch and held it. His front brightened ever so slightly with the torch in his hand. Yeah, this is better. Jin Woo formed a satisfied smile. He took one last glance behind him and slowly made his way forward, the torch lighting the way. Just how long did he walk? When he walked for a long, long time, he finally got to a bend in the passageway. And just beyond it, he sensed multiple presences. Are they finally here? Jin Woo carefully placed the torch on the ground and stood back up. Shiruru. His right hand was now holding his favorite dagger instead. He briefly entertained the idea of using stealth to quickly deal with his enemies, but gave up on that after remembering the crazy expenditure of his mana. Well, he wouldn't be able to use potions to replenish the spent mana in this place, after all. If he carelessly spent mana here, then he might be unable to use the necessary skills when he really needed to. It's coming this way. Jin Woo pressed tightly against the wall and waited for the enemy to show up around the bend. Clank, clank. Whenever this thing took a step, the metallic clang reverberated loudly in the passageway. The noises were getting closer. Hearing that strange noise, Jin Woo tilted his head. Could it be carrying some kind of chain weapons? He was curious, but there was no need to get anxious. He'd get his answers soon enough. 5, 4, 3. Jin Woo tightly held the dagger in the reverse grip and stopped breathing. It was to prevent the opponent from hearing the sound of his breaths. 2, 1. Clank, clank. Finally, the enemy's shadow could be seen. 0. When his countdown hit 0, the enemy revealed itself. Jin Woo aimed for the side of its neck. Clang. But he got to hear metal hitting metal instead. The blade didn't go in. Metal armor? Jin Woo's eyes widened. Finally confirming the identity of his opponent, Jin Woo quickly took several steps back. It's a human. He was now facing a knight decked out fully in a suit of armor. Its face was hidden behind the helmet, and he couldn't see what they looked like. Jin Woo called out to it while thinking to himself, could it be? Why I? However, the knight didn't even utter a word and simply lunged in Jin Woo's direction. Thud, thud, thud. The knight rushed forward like a raging bull and tried to shoulder tackle him. But Jin Woo lightly tilted out of the way and evaded the attack. The knight couldn't win against the momentum and continued to run forward for a bit longer, before somehow bringing itself to a stop. Maybe it's not a human. He was able to take a quick peek at a close distance, and he could tell something was off. He couldn't sense the beating heart that a normal person should possess. So, most likely, it was not a human. He was now facing off against a type of monster he'd never even heard of before. Thought a monster that armed itself from head to toe, no less. It's like, wasn't this like he was actually fighting against another person? Swirrung. The knight turned around and unsheathed the sword mounted on its hips. Just as Jin Woo had done, this knight probably didn't plan on letting him go alive. After sensing its intense hostility, Jin Woo's glare became a level sharper. Dash. Your movement speed has increased by 40%. The first one to strike wins. Before the enemy made its move, Jin Woo dashed in first. Swish. Jin Woo evaded the hurried swing of the knight's long sword and stabbed his dagger at various points in its amour. Clang! Clang! Unfortunately, he couldn't damage it. The armor's too thick. Not only was it thick, the surface was smooth as well. So, when he landed a straight blow, the blade didn't go in but simply slid off to the side. It was at this point that the knight swung its sword in a huge arc. Swish! Jin Woo ducked lower and evaded it. The blade swung past Jin Woo's head by a hair's breadth. A big move like this would inevitably expose a big opening. Another chance had come by. Jin Woo lunged in closer to the knight and gathered his strength in his dagger-holding arm. Vital points targeting. Crack! The tip of the dagger penetrated past the armor. Did it work? However, it must not have suffered any damage, since it swung its sword down vertically with great force, not caring at all about the dagger stuck to its side. Jin Woo rapidly threw himself back. Clang! The blade slammed into the ground and sparks flew everywhere. Jin Woo took several steps back and corrected his posture. His dagger remained stuck to the knight's side. TSK. Jin Woo clicked his tongue. It's not really that strong, is it? FLL0W current novels O/N/O/V/3L/B in .C/O/M. That was his earnest assessment. Probably because of all that heavy armor, its movement was dull, and its attack pattern was also rather simple, too. Only that, its defense against bladed weapons was truly exceptional. Jin Woo rolled up his sleeves. Well, I've already fought against an enemy with thick armor that blades can't penetrate. His relaxed demeanor came from previous experience. The boss monster, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka that broke a steel sword infused with magical energy in one hit, he had experience killing such a snake before. Compared to the Kasaka, that thing is nothing. A thin smile slowly formed on Jin Woo's lips, since that was a pretty good memory to recall. Thud, thud, thud. The knight stupidly charged in again, perhaps trusting the protection provided by its armor. I knew it. It's a really simple creature. Jin Woo easily evaded the knight's attack aimed at his shoulder, slid to its back, and caught it in a headlock. Crack! Since its neck area was also protected by armor, it not choked to death, but crack, crumple. Jin Woo's arm muscles expanded and veins bulged. Jin Woo wasn't planning to choke the knight to begin with. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shooting up wide open. And when that happened, crack! Along with a pretty sickening noise, the helmet was ripped off. This was the moment when his strength stat exceeding 100 points had begun shining ever so brightly. I did it. The knight lifelessly knelt down on the ground once its head was separated from a body. Thud! You defeated the knight. A simple but concise message announcing the end of the battle popped up. A flickering light indicating the presence of loot came from somewhere on the armor, but Jin Woo's attention was elsewhere. What the heck? There's nothing inside? The helmet he held in his hands was totally empty. He quickly checked inside the armor to make sure, but it was the same story. Empty. Does that mean I was fighting against a suit of armor that was moving by itself? Just as he arrived at his conclusion, two more knights rushed into view from around the bend. It seemed that they had belatedly sensed the unfolding battle. Clank, clank. The knights discovered Jin Woo, and as if they had made a prior arrangement, they unsheathed their long swords in unison. Jin Woo tossed the empty helmet away and loosened the muscles on his neck and shoulders. He now knew how to fight these things. So this is the real beginning, huh? Thud, 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 thud. Jin Woo's lips formed a slight grin as he stared at the knights rushing towards him. His first step in clearing this dungeon proved to be on the right track. Was it because of all the restrictions? The loot drop rate turned out to be rather excellent. Jin Woo only defeated 3 knights, yet 2 of them dropped an item each. As far as percentages go, that was 66.6%. It was an unimaginably high drop rate compared to other instant dungeons, especially considering the fact that when all he got after clearing a floor of an instant dungeon several times in a row would be a few Japtum and stuff he had no use for other than to sell them off at the store. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate has been found. Take it. Of course I'm taking it. Just a thought, and the breastplate of the now headless knight, kneeling and unmoving on the ground, disappeared and reappeared right before his feet. And its information popped up in his view. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate. Rarity B. Type: Armor. Reduction in physical damage, plus 7%. Your movement will slow down if your strength is below 80. 7% increase in physical damage reduction. When added to what he had already, the physical damage reduction would be 27%. If this number reaches 100%, does that mean I become completely impervious to all physical damage? He briefly wondered about that, before realizing that a defensive item ranked B in rarity only added 7% to the overall value, and his thoughts rapidly changed. Even if he found himself an item with a rarity of A, the reduction may not go above 30 to 40%. So, maybe it was impossible to add up to 100%. Still, every little bit helps, so he was sure of benefiting greatly if he continued to increase that stat bit by bit. He already had witnessed the power of good items through Eugene Ho. After all, so I do it like this, right? Jin Woo picked up the breastplate. As expected, a message regarding equipping the armor popped up in his view. Will you equip item: Superior Knight's breastplate? No matter who looked at it, this breastplate's design was rather clunky and embarrassing, and he'd never wear it in public. If he didn't have prior experience with the Gatekeeper's necklace, he might have hesitated a great deal before reluctantly agreeing to put it on. But now, it was a different story now. Yes. Tiering. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate has been equipped. The breastplate disappeared from the view. Jin Woo summoned the status window and confirmed his stats. Reduction in physical damage, 27%. So it really went up. Jin Woo felt around his chest area. He couldn't feel anything weird. He moved his body around this way and that, but didn't feel anything strange or out of place. It was exactly the same as when he equipped the Gatekeeper's necklace for the first time. Nice. Next, Jin Woo shifted his gaze over to the unmoving knight stuck in the distant corner. It was bent and crumpled so badly that nothing looked salvageable, but still, the flickering light indicating the loot's presence could be seen on it quite clearly. Item: Leather pouch has been found. Take it. Of course, he was the one responsible for that, but even he had to concede that he had gone a bit overboard there. He fought barehanded and, well, it was really hard to control his strength, that was why. With a solemn expression on his face, Jin Woo walked closer and reached out to take the loot away. Acquire it. Item: Leather pouch has been opened. 30,000 gold is inside. 30,000 gold has been acquired. Huh. Nothing entered his hands, yet he got a message declaring that he acquired some gold instead. Was it a bit different from regular items? Jin Woo remained somewhat mystified as he accessed his inventory, and sure enough, his gold amount had really increased by 30,000. Current gold: 863,400. I got 30,000 gold in one go. Was it because knights were supposed to be wealthy, or some such? He abruptly remembered that most humanoid-type monsters usually gave out more loot than any other types in video games. Now that he thought about it some more, not finding a greater number of useful items on a human being when compared to an animal or an insect didn't make a whole lot of sense, now did it? He couldn't be sure if this dungeon followed that principle or not, though. In any case, it could only be good news to him. He was planning to save up more gold and buy a few items from the store, and if gold kept showing up as loot in this fashion, then his planned shopping day would arrive much sooner than his initial estimation. Is there anything else that I can take with me? Well, human greed supposedly knew no limits, so Jin Woo momentarily forgot about his true goal of wandering in this dungeon and greedily searched around his vicinity. The armor worn by the knights were all pretty much mangled beyond recover from the fight just now, so it was a no. Eventually, Jin Woo's eyes found the knight's swords. They kind of look useful, don't they? Those long swords must have been brand new, looking all shiny and slick like that. Although he couldn't use them properly since they weren't daggers, he could either sell them in the store or if he couldn't, he could try hawking them off to other hunters at a later date. Jin Woo picked up a sword. However, as soon as he did, the sword rapidly rusted up and dissolved into a pile of dust before scattering away. What the hell? This process happened in only a couple of seconds. Is it because I'm not supposed to touch them? What a regrettable thing this was, but naught he could do about it now. Jin Woo dusted his hands off and picked up the torch he left on the ground. When he walked around the bend where the knights showed up from, yet another passage with no end in sight greeted him. It looked like there was still a long way to go. These battles felt like he was revisiting schoolwork. The notion sounded funny, but that's what Jin Woo ended up thinking, totally out of the blue. During the past 2 hours of hunting inside the dungeon, he met 4 different types of monsters. Knights, mages, assassins, and archers. Is it stealth this time? An assassin type suddenly vanished from his senses. Jin Woo didn't panic and extended his perception to its fullest, and soon enough picked up on the presence sneaking up on him from behind. Swish! Jin Woo powerfully smacked away the assassin's dagger with his trusty poison fang of Kasaka, and seizing the opening created as the monster was pushed back, stabbed forward in a deadly and accurate attack of his own. The poison fang accurately landed in the middle of the target's chest. Stab! You defeated the assassin. Level up. The assassin received a fatal wound and turned into a wisp of black smoke before disappearing from his view with nary a scream. Plop. And where it once stood, only the leather clothes it used to wear remained. Why are they all humanoid-type monsters, anyway? Every time he killed them, he felt as if. Jin Woo slowly shook his head. One nice thing here was that he couldn't see the monsters' faces. Knights wore helmets, assassins and archers used deep hoods, and mages used hats attached to their robes to hide most of their faces. Jin Woo turned around to continue on his journey. But then, a flash of blinding light exploded right in front of his eyes. A mage had hidden itself and quietly completed a light magic spell. Kaboom! An ear-splitting explosion occurred next. However, Jin Woo was already well behind the mage by the time that happened. The mage sensed his presence behind it and flinched grandly as he hurriedly recited another chant. Too bad, Jin Woo didn't miss this opening and swung his dagger diagonally. The mage, too, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Jin Woo glared down at the ownerless robe on the ground and stored the dagger back in the inventory. I got hit by one of those, way back when I got too careless. The thing was, he was already ready to react as soon as he began sensing mana gathering around in a single point. Zhou Gyuan's light magic Jin Woo wasn't dumb enough to get hit by similar magic to that dead guy's. This was one of the reasons why he thought that all these battles were like him studying and revisiting his past fights. That's not all, is it? In order to defeat different types of monsters, he needed different stats. For knights, it was strength. For assassins, perception. Archers, agility. And finally, for mages, it was stamina. The whole thing was set up in a way that if any of the corresponding stats weren't high enough, he'd have a real hard time trying to deal with the individual monsters. If his strength was lacking, then he wouldn't have been able to cause enough damage to the knights. And if his perception was too low, he'd have gone through hell in order to locate the assassins. Me raising stats evenly has really paid off dividends here. His intelligence stat was still on the low side, but all he had to do there was to economize his MP usage. That was all. 20,000 gold, and canteen containing lukewarm water are inside. 20,000 gold, and canteen containing lukewarm water have been acquired. Jin Woo summoned that canteen as soon as it showed up in his inventory and took several gulps. Phew! His fatigue was piling up noticeably now. Just how far am I supposed to go here? Could there be no end to this place? Jin Woo put the empty canteen down on the ground and placed his hands on his hips. It had been over 3 hours already since he entered this dungeon. Both his body and mind were getting fatigued now. Should I take a short break? Jin Woo sat down and leaned against the cave wall. Status window. Tiredness, 66. The tiredness stat had sneaked up to a dangerous level. Above 70, his body and mind would start to get negatively affected. He needed to take a short nap and decrease that stat right away. Jin Woo leaned his head against the wall. Sleepiness came over him almost instantly. He was so tired that, even when in an environment as dangerous as this place, he didn't need a lot of effort to fall asleep. However, swish dash, he heard the sharp whistle of air parting ways. Time slowed down, and Jin Woo accurately snatched the flying arrow with his hand. Grab! Jin Woo's eyes opened up. He saw an archer knocking another arrow from some distance away. So, it's still too early to fall asleep, is it? Jin Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka once more and stood back up. Crunch! One single punch caused the knight's breastplate to crack and cave in. The lifeless monster slowly slid to the ground in between Jin Woo's stretched fist and the wall. It didn't move again as it lay sprawled on the ground. You defeated the knight. Although it was quite unfortunate that his condition didn't recover, his levels continued to rise up steadily as he fought more and more battles. Jin Woo looked down on his slightly skinned fist and clicked his tongue. Only a short break would have taken care of such a small wound by now. However, these abominable monsters didn't give him a moment to rest. Still, he earned quite a lot in the meantime. Equipped items. Gatekeeper's necklace A. Superior Knight's breastplate B. Intermediate Assassin's shoes B. Inferior Archer's gloves C. Superior Mage's ring B. Other useful things he found along the way were now all safely tucked away in his inventory. It'd been nicer if I found a weapon, though. What an unfortunate thing it was the daggers used by the assassins featured similar levels of attack damage bonus as the poison fang of Kasaka, but none of them possessed additional effects, so they were deemed not as good compared to his current weapon. What would this guy gimme now? Jin Woo reached out towards the fallen knight, and the flickering light coming off from it. Item: Superior Knight's Gauntlet. Type: Armor FL0W current novels O/N//V/3L/B C/O/M. Reduction in physical damage, plus 3%. Additional effects: prevents injuries to wearer's hands. Oh, with a bright smile, Jin Woo quickly acquired the Superior Knight's Gauntlet and equipped it immediately. Just like with all the other items, these metallic gloves didn't affect him in the slightest, and he could freely move his fingers. Jin Woo moved his fingers around for a bit, before raising his head to look at the far side of the passageway. Finally, the torchlight revealed the end of the road, and that end was blocked off by a huge castle gate. It was quite rare to see the boss room with a door like that. Naturally, he recalled the dual dungeon. No one was adequately prepared back then, and because of that, the losses incurred were great. However, it was different now. Jin Woo took a look behind him, at the passage he had been walking on to get here. It took me 6 hours to get here, too. His level was now 45, and he was kitted out in some good armor as well. He was ready. He wouldn't have minded taking a small break and recover some of his spent stamina, but whenever he tried to do that, monsters always managed to appear with the perfect sense of timing to disrupt his sleep. He couldn't afford to summon more monsters and waste his energy that way. HP 4511/8330. MP 660/790. Tiredness 43. I gotta win with this. Finishing up with confirming his condition for the last time, Jin Woo reached out and grasped the handles of the doors. Creak, creak, dash. The heavy-looking doors slid open rather smoothly, as if there was some sort of an unseen mechanism. Rumble dash. Boom. The door to the boss room finally opened. The interior was completely shrouded in darkness. Even with Jin Woo's eyesight, greatly enhanced by his perception stat, he found it hard to see 1 inch in front of him. All he could see clearly was the ground beneath his feet. The floor was covered in stone tiles. The ash-colored tiles, laid with no visible gaps in between, gave off this feeling of heaviness and barren chill. As soon as he set foot on this floor, whoosh, countless torches lining up the walls lit up all at once and illuminated the interior. As I thought, it's almost the same as back in that underground temple. Jin Woo maintained his vigilance. He scanned his vicinity and cautiously stepped forward. Several giant stone pillars stood erect to his left and right. At the far end of this room, he could see a tall throne. It's as if This place reminded him of the king's audience chamber from a fantasy movie. Of course, the scale was noticeably larger, though. A few steps later, the door issued a loud bang and closed shut behind him. Slam! Jinwoo glanced back, but he didn't panic. He already expected something like that to happen. Jinwoo resumed his careful march forward. Thought I can sense a powerful presence. He kind of got this really strong gut feeling that in order to conclude his class quest, he had to arrive before that throne. Just as important, his gut feelings on matters such as this one were on the money, most of the time. It was then, from the gap between stone pillars, which couldn't have been more than 10 steps, a doll walked out from its hiding spot and stood before him, blocking his path forward. The thing stopped its walk and turned around to face him. Gulp! Jinwoo swallowed his dry saliva. He only had to take one look at the creature's red name floating just above its head to know that the boss had finally made its entrance. The captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. It was a knight wearing a suit of blood-red armor. The way it was kitted out from head to toe in metal armor was similar to other knights he fought so far, but quite unlike those that looked dull and slow. This thing looked incredibly agile. What caught his eyes next was its helm. The red-colored mane extending rearwards from the top of the helm reminded him of a stallion's tail, and it left a rather deep impression. While he studied its helm, Jinwoo discovered one more difference between it and the other knights. This guy has eyes, but were they eyes or irises? Whatever the case may be, the pair of silvery lights oozed out from where one's eyes should be. They felt so cold and uncaring, utterly mechanical and lifeless. Those cold eyes were now fixed on him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. So, the aura of the really powerful enemy was coming from this guy, huh? The goal of the class quest could be to defeat this knight, for all he knew. If that was the case, he needed to be doubly cautious. Jinwoo observed the movements of this Ygritte, while slowly raising his clenched fists. My dagger won't work on it anyway. What was needed in defeating a knight was blunt force. He needed strength to overwhelm him. Ygritte quietly observed Jinwoo for a while, before it abruptly took off its red cape. Plop! The cape fell to the floor. What's it doing? The B** star's strange actions didn't end there. It proceeded to take off the long sword on its hips and the 2 daggers hidden behind its back, and drop them all to the ground. Not only that, it showed them to him before dropping them one at a time. Clang, clang. The interior of the boss room had been quiet until then. The loud clangs of the metal hitting the stone tiles reverberated noisily throughout this vast chamber. Ygritte finished discarding all of its weapons, and as if to imitate Jinwoo, clenched its fists and got into a fighting stance. Jinwoo's eyes grew wider. Could this be Star be thinking of? Was this thing going to fight him barehanded because he was also barehanded? Jinwoo bit his lower lip. It's looking down on me. The monster's provocation that really wasn't one only served to rapidly cool his head. The hotter his emotions boiled, the colder his head got. FLL0W current novels O/N/O/V/3L/B and not C/O/M. On the contrary to his heart beating faster and faster, Jinwoo's eyes became sharper and calculating. Come, perhaps reading his mind, Ygritte made a beeline towards him. Tap, 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 tap. The speed it produced was so fast that he found it hard to believe it was wearing a suit of armor. The speed penalty of the armors only comes into effect when the strength stat is lower than 80, right? Meaning this thing's strength was at least 80. Judging from its nimble movement, its agility would also rival some of the highest-ranked hunters out there. Ygritte closed the distance in the blink of an eye and leapt up into the air. Once flying, the thing stuck its knee out and aimed at Jinwoo's face. It's fast. However, Jinwoo had been ready as well. His own movement speed pushed to the extreme. He bent his back almost 90 degrees and let Ygritte's attack brush past him. Jinwoo then rapidly stood back up. Quite unlike other knights that needed some distance to stop after their tackle had failed, Ygritte simply landed on the ground without much fanfare. Come. There was no time to admire that perfect landing, though. Jinwoo rushed in, and before Ygritte could turn around all the way, he diagonally kicked its head. Shockingly enough, the thing still could move its arm accurately even when its posture was unstable. Slam! Jin Woo's right leg was easily blocked by Ygritte's left hand. How can this be? Jin Woo's eyes opened wider. While one of his legs was blocked, Ygritte's other fist flew in at his face. Swish! He raised both of his arms instinctively to guard himself, but the impact force still got transmitted to the rest of his body. Boom! His guard broke, and his entire body became airborne. What? A shocked gasp escaped from his mouth. But soon, it turned into a groan. Because Ygritte had already appeared right in front of his eyes. Even before he had the chance to do something about it, Ygritte's left fist powerfully slammed into Jin Woo's left cheek. Slam! He slammed into the floor and bounced up from the impact before continuing to roll away. He only managed to force himself back up after a while. Buzz! The inside of his ears rang noisily. Jin Woo shook his head around a couple of times. Only then did the loud ringing die down somewhat. However, the much bigger problem than that was coming closer to him. His blurry sight captured Ygritte as it walked towards him. Step, step! Jin Woo opened his eyes wider and got ready. Eventually, Ygritte arrived right before Jin Woo's nose. And so, a bloody dogfight erupted between the two. Ygritte didn't even try to dodge Jin Woo's punches. No, it simply took on the hits and counterattacked right away. Pow! Ygritte's head was forced slightly to the side. But even before Jin Woo could correct his posture, a sharp and accurate counterpunch flew at him. Pow! Jin Woo tottered about like a drunken man. This time, Ygritte took a step back. After his stomach was kicked in, Jin Woo's body bent forward 90 degrees. Hyuk! Blood welled up in his mouth. What is this nonsensical bullsh *T? Currently, Jin Woo's physical damage reduction stat had exceeded 30%. However, each of Ygritte's attacks hurt like crazy, as if he was being pounded on by a hammer. On the other hand, his attacks almost didn't inflict any damage to the enemy. Their exchange didn't last for long afterwards. Jin Woo teetered about unsteadily before falling to his knees. He tried to stand back up, but his legs didn't want to listen. Yuk! Ygritte stood before Jin Woo, but stopped attacking him. It wordlessly stared down at him for a while. Then, while ignoring Jin Woo's question-filled gaze directed at it, Ygritte extended its hand out towards the sword discarded to the ground some distance away. Then, the sword was automatically reeled in. Ygritte grasped the sword in both of its hands and walked to the side of Jin Woo. Soon, the tip of the blade was pointing to the sky. You want to execute me, is that it? This *** certainly lived up to its title as the captain of the knights. When it looked like Jin Woo wasn't going to resist his final moments, Ygritte went ahead with the execution. Of course, Jin Woo wasn't going to let that happen without a fight. The sword fell down in a straight line. Swish dash. However, Jin Woo reached up with his left hand and blocked the descending blade. Clang! The noise of metal hitting metal. The gauntlet he found just before entering here protected his hand. Flinch! He sensed Ygritte being taken back just now. Jin Woo didn't miss this chance and threw a punch with his right hand. As expected, Ygritte didn't try to dodge. You're thinking of countering me again, right? It had probably calculated that getting hit once while countering that was far more productive. Too bad, it failed to take something important into its calculation. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Shiruru. The Poison Fang of Kasaka was summoned instantly into his hand, and Jin Woo stabbed the dagger in the creature's eye. Stab! Kuar! A scream that couldn't have come from a human being exploded out. At the same time, a fierce light poured out from the eye with the dagger sticking out. Jin Woo hurriedly stood back up. Now what? Just damaging one? I wouldn't be able to determine the winner of this battle. He needed an attack even more powerful than that if he wanted to win. It was then a thought entered his mind. The horrifying attack that almost pushed him to the brink of death the other day. He wanted to let Ygritte taste that attack, too. Before he could finish thinking that, his body moved first. Jin Woo bent down and bear-hugged Ygritte's midriff. And then he began running. Kuark! Ygritte thrashed about in pain and managed to land several solid blows on Jin Woo's back. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't let Ygritte go. No, he increased his speed instead. Dash. Your movement speed has increased by 40%. Jinwoo's legs were now moving so much faster. He felt the electrifying speed sending chills down his entire body. Yes, this is it. And now, head slam this be Astra's starred. While gripping the midriff of Ygritte even harder, he dashed towards the nearest wall with every ounce of energy he had. Of course, if they collided against the wall at this speed, the impact his own body received would be substantial as well. However, Jinwoo had a hidden trump card in the form of a certain passive skill. The distance closed in the blink of an eye. The wall was right behind them. Kaboom! Along with a huge explosion, Ygritte crashed into the wall. At the same time, a message from his system popped up. Tearing. Your HP has dropped below 30% and skill. Tenacity has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. The impact force was great enough for the entire boss room to tremble momentarily. Kuyuk. Jinwoo took a step back. Ygritte was buried halfway into the wall, yet it was still alive. The flame of life burning under the helm was still flickering visibly. I need to finish this. Jinwoo yanked the poison fang of Kasaka, still buried in its eye, loose. That caused Ygritte's body to quiver once. Jinwoo held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed hard at the beat asterisk star's neck. Vital points targeting. Clang. The attack failed to work. One more time. Sparks flew off from the tip of the dagger. A small nick formed on the metal covering the monster's neck. Clang. One more. Clang. And finally, vital points targeting. Crack. The poison fang of Kasaka broke past the protective metal and dug deep into its neck. You defeated the captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. Level up. Jinwoo raised both of his hands up high into the sky. He took several steps back before losing all strength in his legs and faltered to the floor. Pant, pant. Jinwoo spat out the heavy breaths had been holding in until now. He won, somehow. It was an incredibly close fight. However, wasn't this the end of the quest? Jinwoo collected his breaths for a long time before painfully raising his body up. He expected the class quest to end once he killed this guy, but not one message popped up in his view. He looked around, but he failed to spot anything different in the boss room. No, there was one thing that was different from before. Several strands of light began flickering on Ygritte's body, meaning his loot was now ready. For the time being, let's grab those. After all, he couldn't tell what else might happen here. Grabbing things that he could grab when there was a chance was the smartest move one could make, wasn't it? Jinwoo reached out towards those lights. Item: Red Knight's helm has been found. Take it. Rune stone. Ruler's reach has been found. Take it. Item: Leather pouch has been found. Take it. Item: Immediate return stone has been found. Take it. Why were there so many? Jinwoo felt rather puzzled, but still, he couldn't hide his elation either. Acquire them all. The first thing to enter his inventory was the leather pouch. Item: Leather pouch has been opened. 1,500,000 gold is inside. 1,500,000 gold has been acquired. Jinwoo's eyes went extra round. The level of reward is on another scale altogether. It definitely was worth it defeating it after going through so much crap. He wasn't expecting all that much to begin with, yet the leather pouch spat out an unbelievable amount of 1,500,000 gold. With this amount, he'd be able to buy something useful from the store now. However, Jinwoo's attention was directed elsewhere at the moment. If the leather pouch he didn't even hold high hopes for managed to produce such wealth, then just how high was the value of the helm or the rune stone? Jinwoo tried very hard to calm his heart and brought up the information on the helm. Tiering. Item: Red Knight's helm. Rarity: S. Type: Armor. Reduction in physical damage, plus 15%. Stamina plus 20, strength plus 20. It's an S. Jinwoo cried out in elation. For the first time ever, an item with a rarity ranking of S showed up. Just the effect of 15% reduction in physical damage alone would have made it a top-tier item, yet it even possessed two more remarkable additional attributes of raising the stamina and strength stats by 20 points each. Just seeing those options alone made his heart palpitate so much faster. The rarity A items can't even compare to it. He had acquired 2 A-ranked items up until now. The first was the Poison Sack of Kasaka, the one he got after he defeated the Snake Blue Kasaka. The second one being the Gatekeeper's Necklace after he defeated the Cerberus. Those 2 items were already quite excellent. The Poison Sack had the terrible penalty of stealing 35 points from his strength stat, but its effect also decreased the physical damage taken by 20%. What about the Gatekeeper's Necklace, then? It was one of the best items out there that increased both agility and perception stats by 20 each. 2 stats he now knew the importance of, but the Red Knight's helm possessed the kind of buffing effect that combined both of those items. And without any penalty, to boot. No need to mention it. It's the best. He was fully aware of the fact that he was standing in the middle of the dungeon's boss room, yet the smile on his face didn't want to go away. And if he were to add in one more unnecessary point here, he even liked the helm's design. It's a bit of a pity to hide this thing, though. The crimson helm that immediately reminded all onlookers of the flowing blood, and the mane connected to the helm itself, made him feel like he was holding an artistic masterpiece. It was only for a brief moment, but he even felt compelled to put on the full set of this armor if it existed somewhere. However, what a waste. Ygritte's other armor pieces weren't considered to be loot, as there were no lights coming off from them. Only the helm could be taken away. Jinwoo forced back a rueful smile and cautiously put on the helm. Poof! Just as always, the helm disappeared from the view immediately. Although he couldn't show off his new look, his stats had gained a huge boost thanks to his new headwear. Stats: Strength, 128 plus 20. Stamina, 87 plus 20. Agility, 107. Intelligence, 66. Perception, 89. Reduction in physical damage, 46% plus 15%. The numbers appearing in brackets were the increases in his stats from the helm itself. Not only the strength and stamina stats, but the hard-to-increase damage reduction stat all enjoyed massive boosts. He was completely and utterly satisfied now. Having confirmed the increase with his own 2 eyes, his heart began beating even faster. No. Jinwoo quickly shook his head. The quest isn't over yet, so let's calm down. Besides, he still had other items to sort out, too. With a trace of excitement still lingering in his mind, Jinwoo shifted his gaze to the other 2 items. Rune Stone, Ruler's Reach. Item, Immediate Return Stone. 2 pieces of stones. Out of the 2 walnut-sized stones, the first one to grab his curious gaze was the Immediate Return Stone. I know what is a rune stone, but just what could this Immediate Return Stone do? His curiosity got resolved pretty quickly. However, the information on the Immediate Return Stone floated up right away. Tiering, Rarity, Type, Consumable. An item exclusive to this class change quest. When destroyed, you'll be transported outside the dungeon immediately. However, once the class change quest has been concluded, it will automatically be destroyed. Can't be stored in the inventory. The way to use it was similar to a rune stone. However, to think that its effect wasn't about absorbing a new skill, but to escape from this dungeon. Hang on a sec. The class change quest isn't over yet. If that were the case, then this particular item should have been destroyed already. Since it hadn't, that could only mean, for some reason, he felt a creeping chill slowly caress his spine. What an odd sensation that was. He had received one of the best items out there that could help him make his escape from this dungeon. Yet why was he getting this incredibly bad premonition right now? If this stone could be used in regular dungeons, and not only inside the system-generated ones, then just about everyone alive would try to buy this thing. Seriously, this stone would be the same as having a surefire way to save their lives. So no one should be foolish enough to pinch pennies when trying to get their hands on one. It was the same with Jinwoo too. Just this item alone should decrease the burden of this quest by a great deal. If I so choose, I'd be able to escape at any time. However, the ominous feeling taking root in the corner of his mind didn't want to go away, no matter what. And sure enough, the warning beep from the system went off in his head as if it was waiting for this moment. Player has acquired the Immediate Return Stone. The class change quest will now commence. Son of AB*TCH. So, This was the item to start the quest for real. He nearly fainted on the spot. He felt like he had stepped on something he shouldn't have in the first place. If I knew this might happen, I'd have taken a short break first. What would regret do for him now? No matter how much one relied on one's experience and knowledge to predict the future, one would never be able to correctly guess the tricks of fate. A strand of cold sweat dripped down from Jin Woo's forehead. Jin Woo summoned the status window inwardly and confirmed the remaining HP and his fatigue level. HP 4161/10270. MP 390/850. Tiredness 61. The tiredness stat is a bit on the high side, but I can still do this. The helm's added effects enhanced his stamina stat by a lot, which meant that his overall endurance had increased greatly as well, and his remaining HP had risen up as an added bonus too. What a relief that was. As if to encourage himself, Jin Woo continued to tell himself that I could still do this. It's not impossible. Of course, his life should not be in any imminent danger, because he held the immediate return stone after all. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, this immediate return stone sounded awfully like an item that signified him giving up on the quest. If that was not the case, then it shouldn't have been the quest starting item to begin with. If I give up on this quest, wouldn't it be the same as him giving up on this chance to get his class? The cold sweat on his forehead rolled past his temple and down to his chin before dripping down. Gulp. Just as he swallowed a bit of dry spit and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, the system's new message popped up in his view. In 10 seconds, dimensional doorways will be randomly generated. Dimensional doorways? Even before his question could be cleared up, huge numbers appeared up in the middle of the air. 10 seconds. He could easily tell what that was. It most likely was signifying the countdown. Meanwhile, the messages continued on. Player has a choice. You can escape from the dungeon by using the immediate return stone, or 876. The timer continued to tick down to 0. Or endure as long as you can and earn as many advancement points as possible in order to access the higher ranked classes. Endure. Endure what exactly? He ended up shouting out loudly as his frustration mounted. However, Jin Woo was already holding the poison fong of Kasaka summoned from his inventory. He stored the rune stone inside the inventory, while the immediate return stone was placed inside the back of his pocket since it couldn't be stored there. Even though his heart beat fast and hard enough to nearly explode, he didn't forget to get ready for the battle that was about to come. That was how Song Jin Woo operated. The class change quest will soon commence. 432. Jin Woo anxiously glared at the time and quickly scanned his surroundings. His head and eyes darted around quickly, over here and over there. Something ominous was clearly getting ready to begin. The space around him was separating and twisting visibly to his eyes. 1 second. I wish you the best of luck. What? For the first time ever, the system expressed emotion. Too bad, he had no time to stew inside his shock. The moment the timer hit 0, several gates began forming all around him. Buzz. Whoa. Not just 1 or 2, either. He first spotted 6 around him. The number continued to climb up even higher, however. And at the same time, the timer began ticking upwards. 2 seconds. The countdown began again. The time would become his so-called advancement points. He hadn't understood everything the system said, but still, he did figure out some parts of it. The longer I endure, the stronger I will get. No, more specifically, head instead get a powerful class. There was no way he'd throw away a golden opportunity like this. He also had some wiggle room left with his HP and MP. Let's endure as long as I can. 3 seconds. When the timer hit exactly 3 seconds, weaponless knights poured out from the nearest gate. Thud, 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 thud. When the knights decked out in full armor formed silver-colored waves, the ground couldn't help but tremor from the weight. The momentum these things displayed would have been enough to overwhelm most people, but there was a smile floating up onto Jin Woo's lips instead. If it's these guys, I can definitely fight them. In a way, he was oh so glad to see them as his opponents. If the monsters coming out from the gates happened to be as strong as Ygritte, then he wouldn't even be able to last a couple of seconds. Stealth. Jin Woo used some part of the remaining MP and activated the skill Stealth. For the time being, I should observe what's happening here first. Jin Woo's form blurred and slowly disappeared. As expected, the knights rushing towards him all came to an abrupt halt. The mage has used skill, Eyes of Detection. The crisp tearing of the warning beep resounded in his head. Jin Woo's head snapped in the direction of the beep. What was that? He spotted a mage that had just emerged from the gate, chanting a spell. That's also when Jin Woo discovered an eye-like symbol floating above the head of the mage. The moment that I flashed. In that moment, Jin Woo's stealth was cancelled. F***CK. From the get-go, his calculation proved to be way off the mark. Snap! The knights that stood around like telephone poles snapped their heads all at once towards Jin Woo's direction. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. And soon enough, the silver waves pounced on him. Jin Woo's eyes opened wider, and he gritted his teeth. Boom! His punch blew away the head of the incoming knight. That guy died where it stood. You defeated the knight. Crazed lights shone in Jin Woo's eyes. Intimidation. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. Effect. Fear has been activated. The target's fall. Stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. The movements of the monsters became much duller through the effects of fear, but his mana fell down to 90 points. The intimidation required 100 MP in order to activate. He wouldn't be able to use it the second time. However, I just bought myself a minute. Intending to use this precious minute to the best of his abilities as the monsters were noticeably weakened, Jin Woo began wailing on them with everything he had. Boom! Crack! Kaboom! Slam! With a terrifying momentum, he proceeded to utterly dismantle the knights. Boom! Slam! Crack! Too bad. The speed of him defeating knights was far inferior to the rate of the replacement knights popping out from the gates. Rumble! Even in the midst of the maddened battle, Jin Woo sneaked a glance at the timer. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. It'd only been 3 minutes and 19 seconds. If that was converted into points, how much would he get? Wouldn't it be fine for him to leave this place now? However, he didn't have any leeway to dwell on that matter. Even while he was thinking to himself, knights were continuously pouring out from the gates like unstoppable waves. He managed to destroy countless knights, yet he simply couldn't deal with so many of them. Wadash. In the end, Jin Woo was buried in the sea of knights. Passive skill, Tenacity, has been activated. His HP was in a free fall now, and eventually, it hit rock bottom. HP 1036/10270. The time is 5 minutes and 8 seconds. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured enough, hadn't he? Let's get out of here. FLL0W current novels O/N/O/V/3L/B and .C/O/M. Now completely entrapped among the knights, Jin Woo flailed about helplessly in this silver prison and dug through his back pocket. Drop. The immediate return stone slipped out from his grasp and fell to the floor. And the roundish stone hit the soul of one of the knights and rolled away far from him. And lo, Jin Woo hurriedly reached out towards the stone, but the knights blocked him. Soon, knights piled up on top of him, too. It became almost impossible to breathe in an instant. His consciousness began to blur. Pow pow. He continuously got struck by the knights while trapped below them, and as his mind began to grow dimmer, he thought he heard a snarky cackle coming from somewhere. You have brought this upon yourself. Remember that. Why did you risk it all when there was a safe path for you to follow? Isn't it already a huge break for a ranky hunter to become AC or even AB? Well, in the end, this was as far as you could go. Shut up. Remember, you killed yourself today. Shut the hell up. Quabbum. The knights surrounding and pressing down on Jin Woo were suddenly all blown away. Even though he somehow managed to crawl out from death, his eyes were burning with life. As a matter of fact, his eyes were burning with a stubborn will and sheer malice. I won't let it end like this. He earned this opportunity after going through so much. So, how could he let it end like this? Never. Because he was stuck at the very bottom for so long. He yearned to be on top more than anyone else. He knew the sorrow of the weak better than anyone. He tried everything to survive, and when he did survive, others kept pointing fingers at him. How will a rank E be of any help here? The association is being way too much. They should have dispatched someone who could actually lend a bit of help, but that guy is a few. That be asterisk starred. Maybe he keeps surviving by hiding behind his colleagues every time? So, how could he simply watch and do nothing when a ladder that could take him to the very top was put in front of his eyes? What a rubbish notion that was. That I remember now. That voice ringing around his head just now. That voice belonged to those be asterisk starts. The voice that always yapped on and on from behind his back. Fine, laugh all you want. He'll struggle on until the bitter end. It's fine if my HP drops to 10, no one. He'll struggle and struggle on like crazy, right until the end. He'll fight until I won't be able to move anymore. You want? Jin Woo threw his body forward. He thrust forward another punch. A knight's breastplate caved in and the monster flew away. Other knights collided with it and they all fell on their butts. But then, more knights rushed in again. Jin Woo's movements became a step more violent in response. Crack. Boom. Slam. Without an exception, knights colliding with Jin Woo's body parts, be that his fist, elbow, knee, feet, were all destroyed like a bunch of paper dolls. Tiredness has exceeded 70 points. Your movement is being restricted. Just as the warning message said, his movements became duller. However, the malice and anger in Jin Woo's eyes didn't weaken in the slightest. One by one, the knights he couldn't defeat in one hit slammed into him. Jin Woo resorted to hitting them 3 4 times and made sure to destroy them. 8, 7, 6, 5. In the meantime, a strange countdown was silently ticking down. He was too focused on the battle, so he failed to notice it before the timer had reached the single digit. What's this? Is the quest coming to an end? A small ray of hope blossomed in his head for a brief moment, but it turned out to be nothing but a useless dream. 6 minutes and 27 seconds. The quest timer was still ticking up as it's supposed to. No, something separate from this timer was counting down 1 second at a time. 4, 3, 2. Is it to show me the time of my death? Indeed, the system did tell him this way back then. It told him that if he didn't accept becoming a player, he'd die 0.02 seconds later. Fine. Jin Woo glared fiercely. He'll gladly use up every moment, right down to the final second. Slam. Crack. 2 more knights were destroyed in the meantime. Unlike Jin Woo's unyielding stubbornness, though, his entire body was now riddled with all sorts of wounds. It progressively much harder to lift his arms. His weakened fist wasn't enough to stop the knight's tackles and charges anymore. From the front, one. From the back, another one. Slam. Jin Woo was sandwiched powerfully by the 2 knights slamming into him from the front and back, and he spat out a pain groan. Hyuk. Other knights pounced on him as if they didn't want to miss this chance. In the blink of an eye, Jin Woo was buried under the masses of knights and couldn't even lift a finger. Rumble dash. Even during that, more knights continued to pile on top of Jin Woo. The silver waves had transformed into a silver mountain instead. Jin Woo's breathing became incredibly harsh. Pant, pant. At this rate, he'd be asphyxiated to death first. Jin Woo's hand somehow broke out from the gaps of the knights and helplessly pointed towards the sky. HP 93/10270. He was in a truly desperate situation. Even then, Jin Woo did not give up, though. No, not yet. I could still go on. Just as Jin Woo managed to clench the hand pointing at the sky, the mysterious countdown ticking down finally announced its conclusion. However, when he thought back to how the system affected him every day, he was sure of this becoming something absolutely huge. 4 hours. He couldn't even endure 10 minutes and tried to use the immediate return stone. Yet simply by transferring into the penalty zone, he now got himself 4 hours for free. There was one issue he still had to resolve first, however, and that would be whether he could get out of this place unscathed with only 100 or so HP remaining. As it was impossible to heal himself using potions, he had to do his best to cautiously kill these centipedes until he leveled up. It was kind of like a new mission for him. Let's do this. Jin Woo summoned the poison Fong of Kasaka. And then, Remaining time, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Then, as soon as the penalty quest began, he dashed forward, even before the centipede had the chance to move. Jin Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and lightly leapt up right in front of the centipede. Ha! He landed on one of the legs near the midpoint of the centipede, and, as he made his way up, Jin Woo proceeded to inflict several injuries on the body of the monster. Stab! Stop! Stab! On all the spots the reverse-gripped poison fang of Kasaka brushed past, flesh split open and bodily fluid poured out. Kiik! The centipede roared out and thrashed about as if each wound inflicted was too painful to bear. Dash! Jin Woo's sprinting legs became even faster. Step, 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 step. Jin Woo deftly treaded on the centipede's body and arrived at the top of its head only a second later. He gripped the dagger with both of his hands and raised it up high. Vital points targeting. He used his skill and stabbed down on the centipede's head with every ounce of his power. The downward-pointing blade dug deep into the flesh of the centipede's head. Crack. Skill. Vital points targeting has leveled up. Nice. What a wonderful piece of news to show up in such a long time. The damage from the leveled-up vital points targeting must have been pretty substantial because the centipede shook its head around quite violently and thrashed about in great pain. Keek. Keech. Jin Woo didn't stop there. He stepped away from its head and moved to its back because he saw a completely unguarded body part to attack. Stab. Jin Woo stabbed the dagger deep into the monster's back flesh, and by using gravity, he fell to the ground while holding onto his weapon. SFX for Centipede's back splitting up. The power from the strength stat exceeding 120 points, as well as the helping hand of gravity added on top as he fell from the height of a 5-story building, caused the centipede's back to split open quite splendidly. Tap! Jin Woo landed on the ground without any trouble. Keek! Kia! The centipede spewed out its bodily fluids everywhere. Its giant body thrashed and quivered before it slowly crashed on the ground. Boom! The huge body of the centipede landed and kicked up the dust cloud. You defeated the poison-fanged, giant desert centipede. Jin Woo dusted himself off while checking out the remaining time. Remaining time, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. I spent 17 seconds. He didn't even need 20 seconds to kill a single centipede. It was a complete contrast to when he was fighting the Cerberus, ostensibly on the same level as this centipede. He had become unbelievably strong now. Well, yeah, I've leveled up so many times since then, and just how many items did I get my hands on in the meantime? It was a rather obvious conclusion. He now felt confident of hunting other centipedes down without getting hurt if these monsters posed such a little threat. Now then, my problem would be the number of monsters in this place that I can hunt to reach my next level. That would be the only way to raise his odds of his victory when he got thrown back into the class quest. If he went back without having recovered his HP, only a dog's death would be waiting for him there. It was at this point when more sand pillars began erupting out from the ground. Pushui I dash. Pushui UI. It seemed that quite a lot of centipedes rushed over here after picking up on the scent of the blood from its dead kin. Kiik. Kiik. Almost immediately, Jin Woo's expression brightened. Just how many are here? Seeing all those centipedes poking their heads out from the sandy surface, Jin Woo could no longer suppress the wide smile from blooming on his face. Level up. As the result of wrestling around with these centipedes for the past 4 hours, his level rose up 4 times, and now it sat at 51. Before he knew it, the penalty quest was coming to an end. Remaining time, 0 hours, 3 minutes, 19 seconds. Soon, he'd have to go back. Jin Woo took a sweeping look around him. The corpses of centipedes filled up his view everywhere he looked. Thanks to them, he got to recover his HP back to full. It's a bit of waste that these things don't give any loot or gold. Well, it'd be strange that loot would come out when he was supposed to get punished in this place. He stopped worrying about that and got ready instead. Store. Current gold. 3,115,629. Humanoid-type monsters drop the gold-containing leather pouch really often, and also, Ygritte also gave him 1.5 million gold in one go. So, he now had enough funds to spend. Jinwoo spent all that gold to buy one single weapon. As a matter of fact, there was this one dagger that caught his eye. Item: Night Killer. Rarity: B. Type: Dagger. Attack: plus 75. A sharp and sturdy dagger designed to cut through the armor worn by the knights. The edges of the blade are shaped like the teeth of a saw blade. Thus it won't slide off the armor surface easily. Effect: Killing knights. Plus 25% additional damage when attacking heavily armored opponents. It was a specially crafted weapon to deal with armor-wearing enemies. And it cost 2.8 million gold. He had to spend almost every gold he had in reserve to buy this weapon, but he didn't have any leeway to shed a tear over it. It's not like I can take the gold with me to the grave, anyway. He didn't hesitate and bought the dagger. You have purchased Night Killer. You have purchased bandages. Along with the Night Killer, Jinwoo also bought a roll of bandages. He held the dagger with a rather scary-looking saw blade-like cutting edge in his right hand, and wrapped them both tightly with the bandage. Swish! Swish! When he swung the Night Killer around a couple of times, it felt like the dagger had become a part of his limb now. At a bare minimum, I shouldn't drop it accidentally. He thought about tying the poison fang of Kasaka to his left hand too, but he decided not to. It'd be too cumbersome when he couldn't use both of hands. He figured that at least one of his hands still retaining its mobility would make his life more flexible. While he was putting away the leftover bandage into inventory, he spotted the rune stone from Ygritte. There's this thing too. Rune stone, Ruler's Reach. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. Right now, he needed to grasp at everything, even if that was a piece of straw. Whether that was an item or a skill, he needed to obtain whatever that could become his combat strength. Jinwoo didn't hesitate and broke the rune stone. You've acquired skill, Ruler's Reach. Skill, Ruler's Reach LV1. Active skill. Required mana to activate. None. Even without touching, you can physically influence an object. As soon as he read that description, he recalled a certain scene. It was when Ygritte extended its hand towards its longsword that was discarded on the floor, far away. So, this is the skill that made the sword move back then. A skill that could move objects around from a distance with nothing but his will. On top of that, he didn't even have to spend any mana, either. If I am able to move any object I see, just like the description says, then this would be one hell of a skill to possess. Jinwoo immediately tried to experiment with the skill on the corpse of the centipede next to him. Your proficiency is too low and the target can't be moved. If he wanted to move something heavy, then it was likely that his proficiency with the skill had to be much higher. How about this, then? Jinwoo dropped the poison fang of Kasaka to the floor, and he extended his hand towards the dagger. Then, the dagger quickly rose up. Grab! Jinwoo snatched the poison fang's hilt and stared at it with totally mystified eyes. Nice! This will come in handy. And with that, he was as prepared as he could get. When he raised his head to confirm, the required time was almost up. Remaining time for seconds. When the timer changed from 4 to 3, a new message from the system popped up in his view. Penalty quest will conclude shortly. And another message followed after that one. As you have tried to hunt inside the penalty zone, the difficulty of the next penalty quest will be adjusted to a higher level. The difficulty would be adjusted higher, meaning it'd make the hunting so much harder that the penalty quest would actually serve its purpose as proper punishment again. But then again, would there be the next time? Jinwoo anxiously swallowed his saliva. From here onwards, it's back to the class change quest. Inside that boss room, hundreds of monsters were waiting for his return. Or, the number could be even higher now. Th Sourk of this Connie /nt/o/v/ Bind. If he was being kind here, he was returning to that place, but truthfully, it was more like him being thrown back in there. HP, MP, tiredness, equipment, and even a new skill. And his renewed resolve. His current condition was so much better than when he first set foot in that place, but when he thought about going back there, he couldn't help but get tense and nervous. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat so hard that it actually hurt. Jinwoo closed his eyes. He tried to maintain his calm. Soon, the familiar mechanical beep went off in his head. Penalty quest has concluded. This is my last chance. When Jin Woo opened his eyes again, his vision was filled with the silver-colored knights, all snapping their heads in his direction at once. However, they weren't important right now. Right away, Jin Woo narrowed his eyes and searched for something. I gotta find a mages first.